Greetings, everybody, and welcome. Thank you all so much for coming to join me for some more Tactics Ogre. How is everybody? Oh, they took over your pillow, Sugar Crow. I see. Replaying Persona 2. Very good, Sam. Alright, let me get to a couple of things, because I've been catching up on chat here. Capikami! No, I did not drop P5R. I'm just taking a break from it. Persona 5 is a really long game, and apparently Royal is even longer than the original. And if I just play it beginning to end without playing anything else, I'm gonna go nuts. So I just decided to take a temporary break to hopefully finish the current story route in Tactics Ogre. Ryuji, thank you for the resub. Really appreciate that. Congrats on 2 years. And Lunar Hiatus, no problem. I hope that you get to see enough of this game to give you an idea of whether or not you might like to play it yourself. Yeah, Sugar Crow, that's how they get you. That's how cats manipulate humans. We've done a terrible job domesticating them. It's more like they've domesticated us. Maybe the one useful thing that they carried away is how to get humans to do what they want. No longer in charge of things you don't know, Saphirios? What, are you having to do several people's jobs? Hey, Nix, welcome! No, Devilish, I did not yet farm 30 pumpkins. What I've been trying to do is to get everybody to the point where I've got a team that can handle being thrown at the Palace of the Dead. So I decided to try to level everyone up a little more. And to that end, I've turned everyone into Dragoons. I actually leveled everybody up through the Thief class as well for the stat boosts. And I'm probably going to do 1 or 2 more classes after this. But I want to max everybody's crossbow skills so that we can make the fullest use of the rude bows, because they are such a powerful weapon against all the undead enemies in that dungeon. So I'm working on getting everyone's crossbow skills maxed out. We're nearly there. Mental, thank you so much for continuing the gift sub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. No, Lunar Hiatus, I've never played Parasite Eve, actually. I've only watched videos and Let's Plays of those games. Glad to have you, Mental. Oh, okay, Saphirios, gotcha. You've just got to make do with fewer staff than you actually need. I see. Ha! Yeah, Sugar Crow, it would be heart-wrenching to try to move him. Sugar Crow, I guess you could just pick up the pillow and move the whole pillow with him on it. But then you'd need a backup pillow for you. So Devilish, basically what I've been doing is I've been using this battle since, at the moment, this appears to be the only battle where I can bring a full 12 party members in. I've been using this to essentially AI train everybody's crossbow and anatomy and augment light skills. Because it turns out that you can also level up augment light with the rude bow, and it does increase the damage that weapon does. Oh, Disgaea 2, Nyx. That's a classic. I never actually played Disgaea 2. I was introduced to the series starting with Disgaea 3. But it seems like Disgaea 2 is the one that most people started with. Hey, Monotone! Lunar Hiatus, this was made before the original Final Fantasy Tactics. This was made a year, maybe a year and a half before, and it was made by the same director and the same group of lead developers. I believe it has the same, it was made by the same scenario writer and a couple of other key people who worked on the original Final Fantasy Tactics. Matsuno directed this. 2 pillows for each cat. Okay, Sugar Crow, yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, Devilish, so basically once I've got everyone's crossbow skill to at least 6, so that they can use Death Wail, which is an unbelievably good crossbow skill. It does stupid amounts of damage, even to enemies that normally don't seem to take any damage, like dragons and golems. Once I've got that, it'll be much easier for me to deal with farming for those stupid pumpkins. I also, Devilish, I leveled everyone's Thief up to 50 so that I could learn Tactician 2, so that I can actually use these crossbow weapon skills somewhat more frequently, and that has made a tremendous difference as well. There are a few key things I needed that I didn't already have. So yesterday, I took off streaming to get some grocery shopping done. And then when I get... See, look, we just one-shotted that dragon from full health with Death Wail. So that's why we need that. But when I got home from grocery shopping yesterday, I pretty much spent the rest of the day just trying to get as much grinding done off-camera as I possibly could. We got Thief maxed out on these 12 characters. I nearly managed to max out Dragoon, but it won't take much longer to do that. And once we've done that, we can go grab the pumpkins, then recruit the rest of the dragons that we need to go get the side quest with Deneb done. Hey, Matro, welcome! Hey, Alice, welcome to you as well. Yeah, Nyx, there was definitely a lot added to the PSP version of this game, but from what I've been told, there was also a fair bit that either got left out or just never made it in. Monotone, W-A-I-L. You marine biologist wise ass. I also discovered, much to my disappointment, that even if you set your entire roster to a particular job, the only members of your party that actually gain the stat bonuses on level up are the ones that participate in battle. Meaning you can only gain the level up bonuses for a maximum of 12 party members at once. Which in turn means that if you want to boost the stats of any unit whose stats you do not boost in the manner in which I am currently doing so, you basically have to farm recruitment with monsters and then auction the monsters to the shop to get the food items that give your party members permanent stat boosts. Which is considerably less convenient because you have to do it individually for one party member at a time. And I believe there are a couple of stats that cannot be boosted through food. Monotone, really? Already? You just walk in the door and every word out of your mouth is a pun? Oh, this bastard, he's gonna steal my item. I kill you! I'll tell you what, though, the orbs from selling dragons to the shop, or from auctioning them, have come in really handy here, because it turns out that I guess every map in this game has a minimum level for the enemies. So if you set your party to have everyone at a job that is level 1, and you initiate a battle on a particular map, the enemies on that map will not necessarily start out at level 1. And it turns out that on this map, the minimum enemy level is something like 13 or 14, which I found out the hard way when I initiated the first battle here, and my entire team was a group of level 1 thieves, and all the enemies were level 13 and 14. But fortunately, it turned out that the orbs that you get from auctioning dragons will consistently do around 100 damage to any enemy. So I was able to clear the map that way. Really, Sugar Crow? He was doing that even in voice chat? Monotone, I swear, man. Sugar Crow, did I tell you... I know I told this story in chat, but I don't remember if you were there when I told it. Did I tell you that when I met up with this wise ass during PAX East in Boston this past March, I took him to a bunch of different places that I thought he might be interested in. And while we were riding one of the trains, we were on our way to a seafood restaurant that specializes in lobster rolls. And we're sitting there on the train, and Monotone is just sitting next to me on the train making fish puns. And a random guy sitting next to us, a couple of seats over, looks over at him and starts joining in on the oh my god, man, the freaking fish puns. Like, he actually got chastised by a random guy on the train for his bad puns. Yeah, absolutely called out, Monotone, and you deserved it. I felt vindicated, though. It was nice that I'm not just the only one. I'm not crazy. Major Monotone, disturber of the peace, with his horrible puns. Well, Polar Bear, Monotone more than anybody appreciates seafood. He's a marine biologist. But unfortunately for us, he also has a bit too much of an appreciation for bad puns. So I was sitting with him there on the Blue Line in Boston on our way to State Street Station to check out Luke's Lobster, because I'd never been there and I wanted to check it out, and I figured since he was in the area, I'd bring him along. And somebody else on the train decided that maybe they were tired of hearing fish puns. Well, Monotone, if you're talking about crazy religious street preacher at the Orange Line station, then yeah. Ah, Sephirios. That is a cute dog. He definitely looks like he wants some attention. Monotone, I also never said you were the most disturbing thing on that trip. I just said the puns were, Yeah, Seven Pains, there's a reason I'm doing this. Which is more than just because the Dragoon sprite looks really cool. Because they've got the pretty armor. It's for the additional permanent stat boosts when a character gains a level as a particular class. So if you start with a level 1 class and set all 12 people in your active party to that class and then level it up to 50, you maximize the permanent stat gains that you get. What did, Alyss? Someone called you out on a train for making a bad pun? Ha! Yeah, we must be, Sugar Crow. Dandy Wizard, don't give him any ideas. We're all gonna suffer now. Thanks to you. Oh, the street preachers, Alyss, yeah. Alyss, it's funny. That happened in Boston, where Monotone and I were sitting at the train station, and this crazy street preacher at the train station holding a sign started going on and on about how nobody's friends are actually loyal to them, and coronavirus is a sign of the end times, and the rapture is going to happen in 2023. And then, about a month later, I'm sitting at home streaming the Final Fantasy VII Remake, and Barrett is sitting there in the elevator in the Mako reactor, basically saying the same kinds of things about Mako and Shinra. And I'm sitting there thinking, huh, this is meta. Yeah, neither am I, Alyss. Fellow non-pun people unite. Yikes, Ryodi! Well, I hope you're feeling better, Ryodi. I hope the heartburn is gone now. Maybe, well, I'm sure you've already probably taken some antacids or something. But damn, yeah, having trees fall in your backyard is no joke. Back when I was living in Connecticut, Ryodi, that was a fairly common thing. Well, I mean, it still is in the area where my parents still live, to have trees fall down. I actually... Ryodi, I have some pictures of a, house that belonged to an organization I used to work for that ran a group home, and the group home was located in this house, and one year there was particularly horrible storm damage, and like an enormous tree, like a 3-foot diameter tree, fell right across the driveway of this house, about 10 feet from having crushed the entire building. It's scary to see that happen, Ryodi. I hope there wasn't any damage to your property from the tree falling. They took your main antacid off the market because it causes cancer. Well, isn't that a bit of a dilemma, Ryodi? I recommend, Ryodi, try and find an all-natural antacid. You know, try and find something that's not super chemical-based or, you know, processed or anything like that. Because, yeah, you don't want heartburn, but you also don't want cancer. Ten more levels on Dragoon and we're good to go. Well, Dandy Wizard, the thing is, some things cause cancer faster than others. Yeah, Ryodi, I can actually relate to that. Last year, a couple of times last year, at different points actually, I had a couple of instances where I originally started off as just, you know, I woke up with pleurisy, which is just a condition where temporarily breathing in hurts. To kind of drastically simplify it, and I thought there was something medically wrong with me, and because I thought there was something medically wrong with me because I couldn't breathe in without sharp jabbing pains in my chest, it turned out I just slept at the wrong angle. But I thought I was having a heart attack or something, which in turn caused me to have a panic attack, which in turn landed me in the ER. The doctor was like, yeah, no, this is what happened. And I was like, oh, so it was really just a case of mind over matter, I guess. Well, next time I think I'm dying, I guess I won't call the ambulance. I'm sure that'll work out well for me. Nokito, I will link the playlists for you if you like. Let me dig those up for you. Here is one. And let me give you the other. I really need to make more playlists, because a little bit of variety wouldn't hurt at this point. I've been using the same 2 playlists basically for the past few years. I really ought to add to them. Hey, Ghosternow, welcome! No problem, Nokito. Dandy Wizard, there are a handful, but I tried to put together playlists that were fairly diverse. And I'm constantly adding to the playlists that I currently have as I play new games and hear new music that I like. I've now actually started adding tracks from Ori and the Blind Forest and Ori and the Will of Wisps to the 2 existing playlists. And I'm thinking about trying to put together a couple of additional playlists around different types of music, you know, different themes. It does, Nokito. The soundtrack for FF7 Remake can be pretty hit or miss. There are some remake or remixes of the original tracks from FF7 that are fantastic, and then there are some that aren't so great, and then a lot of the new stuff, like the brand new stuff in FF7 are, the new music is not great. But many of the remixes of Uematsu's compositions are amazing. Yeah, Dandy Wizard, I don't like to have too much of one thing. The favorites playlist is just a bunch of random stuff that I liked. And then the relaxing playlist is pretty self-explanatory. But there are all manner of different ways that you could organize and categorize tracks on a playlist. And frankly, I haven't really sat down to give it much thought before now. Dandy Wizard, the remixes of the Mako Reactor theme and the battle themes are generally really good. The remixes of the characters' themes are pretty good as well. The battle themes are really the highlight, for me at least. Yeah, Nokido, his theme always belonged in jazz. Jazz was always the way to go for that. I was gonna say, Benzel, that particular track was fantastic. How it incorporated elements of the Mako Reactor theme, the Shinra theme, and then the normal boss battle theme. Great soundtrack for that game in certain cases, and really hit or miss, and not so great in others. Holy hell, Ryoti, you get heartburn that badly? To the point where you get those kinds of symptoms? Yeah, that's a couple of ways to do it, Dandy Wizard. No, I haven't, Ghoster, now. I'm just taking a break. I will be going back to P5R fairly soon. Jesus, Ryoti, that's terrible. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone getting heartburn symptoms that severe. Are they the result of some other condition, Ryoti, or does heartburn just hit you that hard? Freaking stun bomb, I hate that move. Oh, okay, Ryoti. I was gonna say, because normally that sort of, those sorts of symptoms would be an indication of something else besides just bad heartburn, but that explains it. Jesus, KCK. Well, I hope you're not experiencing that anymore. Ryoti, I can definitely understand why you would want hardcore antacids for that. Jeez, Ryoti. Oh, yeah, KCK, there are a lot of different medical interactions that can cause acid reflux. One of the reasons that taking medication for depression is always a risky proposition. It's always a mixed bag, because sometimes, even though it can help with the symptoms of depression, the side effects are almost worse. I used to see that a lot with the populations I worked with back when I was volunteering and later working with the autistic population, where a lot of them would be on medication for one thing or another, anxiety or attention, and they'd be on just these horrifying cocktails of medication that were constantly being adjusted and changed by their doctors, and we would sometimes see just wild swings in side effects on some of our clients. It was heartbreaking. Jeez, Ryoti. My heart goes out to you, man. Yeah, KCK, it's like, well, we've got a medication for you to cure your current problem, but it'll give you a new problem instead. I've come to the conclusion, KCK, that medication is basically a bailet, right? You're rolling the dice, hoping that it'll solve whatever problem you currently have, but you never know what you're going to get out of it instead. Yeah, KCK, I'm a proponent of never taking medication unless you have to. I don't like the idea of casually taking medication to just, you know, medicate away everyday problems. If it's something serious enough to, you know, have a major negative impact on your quality of life, fine, go for it. But, like, I don't take acetaminophen every time I have a headache, you know? I don't rush off to take ibuprofen or paracetamol or whatever when my head hurts a little bit. I try and only take it when I am literally unable to function because my head hurts so badly. You know, even back when I was dealing with depression years and years ago, I refused to take any kind of medication because I was seeing firsthand, even back then, the kids I was volunteering with when I was 15, 16, 17. I was super depressed around that age, but at that same time, I was volunteering at an organization that provided treatment for children and young adults with autism. Some of them were my age or older, and I was seeing such horrible side effects that they were having to deal with that every time someone tried to persuade me to take medication, I just said, hell no. No, you know, I'd rather be dealing with what I'm dealing with now. I'll take the depression over what some of these other guys and girls are having to live with. And in hindsight, I'm really glad I dug in on that. I'm really glad I didn't give in to the pressure by my my APRN and my primary care physician and lots of other people in my life back then to just medicate my problems away. Yeah, we hope, Dandy Wizard. Exactly, KCK. It's Russian roulette that might give you superhuman powers or might cause you to live in eternal torment for the rest of existence, right? Well, your brain or your body, Sephirios. Yeah, because medication that affects the brain can also affect the body. One of the most common side effects that we used to see of medications like Ritalin and Zoloft was weight gain. We had kids who were 120, 130 pounds start taking some of those anti-anxiety medications, and they gained 30, 40 pounds in a few months. Well, Devilish, even a lot of people that I knew and worked with who were high-functioning were on meds for one reason or another. Usually in the cases of the high-functioning individuals, Devilish, it was less that they were taking medication for depression than that they were taking it for being able to focus in class and stuff like that. Like, it was more for the attention deficit stuff than it was for depression. Sometimes it was also for anxiety. Hey, Radley, welcome! But yeah, Devilish, being high functioning definitely made it easier for some of those kids to avoid the really hardcore depression meds. Which was lucky for them. Yeah, Skjor. Some of the, I mean, it can be helpful for people who are underweight. We actually had a couple of girls who attended the program I volunteered for all those years ago who had such terrible anxiety that they wouldn't eat. They had no appetite. And in their particular situation, going on Zoloft actually helped them even in terms of the side effect. Like, the side effect was beneficial to them because it helped them to get from an unhealthy weight up to a healthy weight for their height, you know? To a healthy BMI, I guess. So sometimes it can help. Like, it really is sort of a bail it, you know? Well, Devilish, I think there comes a point at which you learn internal strategies. You learn things that you can consciously do, that you have control over, to help manage things like your difficulty concentrating. Well, what a way to finish a fight. Knock him right off a cliff. But, Devilish, that was one of the things that we always used to focus on teaching our clients at the programs that I volunteered and worked at was, well, when you're anxious, here are a bunch of things that you can do to identify when you're anxious and to help deal with it yourself without using medicine. You know, different strategies and cognitive and like self-awareness things you can do. Well, fair enough, Dandy Wizard. I'm just talking about the effects. Exactly, Devilish. Exactly. Those kinds of things. Right? Honestly, I ended up using a lot of the same strategies that the upper management and the clinical staff were teaching our clients. Because I first started volunteering in those programs when I was around 10 or 11, I think. And ever since then, I started picking up the strategies that were being taught to the clients there and using them myself. And I actually... I think I've incorporated them so deeply into my, my thought process now that I don't even notice that I use them anymore. But when I think back, if I hadn't done all that volunteer work at those places, I might not be quite so good at coping with things like anxiety and adversity and general bad feelings as I am now. Yeah, Moteferu, that happened a lot. We used to see a lot of diagnoses being made incorrectly, or kids who had a diagnosis coming to us, and then our APRN made a different diagnosis, or she would refer the client to a specialist who would make a different diagnosis. I felt bad for a lot of those kids, because they were constantly being labeled and having their labels changed, in some cases every few months, according to the latest medical publications or research, you know? Well, Slight Quills, personally, I also prefer cognitive strategies for myself, right? But I am also the sort of person for whom cognitive strategies can work. And I think there is the argument to be made that cognitive strategies might not necessarily work for everyone. For whatever reason, some people just are sometimes in such a bad situation in terms of their living circumstances or their family or, sometimes homelessness or abuse. There are all manner of perfectly good reasons why cognitive strategies may or may not work for somebody. And that's not even to speak of internal chemical or neurological or hormonal reasons why cognitive strategies may or may not work. Our philosophy, Slight Quills, at the places I volunteered and worked for, was that the treatment should be tailored to the individual. And an effective treatment could only be provided following a comprehensive evaluation of the individual needs. Yeah, unfortunately, Slight Quills, I get the impression a lot of people do. But for me personally, if I myself have any kind of issue like anxiety or depression or something's gone wrong in my life, my preference for myself for how I handle that is also the cognitive stuff. Well, yeah, Dandy Wizard, that's partly what I was driving at. We used to have, at the organizations that I was with years ago, we used to have several clients who were low functioning. And when I say low functioning, I mean significantly cognitively impaired. But in those cases, you do your best to try to help them achieve the most meaning that life has to offer them, considering the limitations of their cognitive impairment. You know, somebody with low-functioning autism, for example, we have one client in particular whom I remember very well, who was minimally verbal, and most of his speech was echolalic, and he didn't really use his words purposefully most of the time. He could when he wanted to, but he usually didn't. I first met him when he was, I think, about 8 years old. He was a sweet kid, but extremely, extremely difficult to keep track of because he was all over the place. You know, he was the kind of kid where if you took your eyes off him for a moment and you didn't keep him at arm's length all the time, he would run out in the middle of the road in front of a truck. He was one of those. But he also was, you know, he was present. He had a personality, and he did, like, you could clearly tell that there was intelligence in there, but that it was kind of locked away behind the autism, and all of the neurological issues were getting in the way of him being able to express who he really was a lot of the time. I had moments that I was working with him where I saw it come out. There was one moment in particular that I will never forget, where I was responsible for being his one-to-one for the day, and I had him out on the swing set, and I was pushing him on the swings, and I was wearing heavy-duty, like, muck boots on that particular day because it had just rained and it was muddy, and I put my foot, I rested my foot on the swing set, and he stopped swinging, looked over at me, looked me straight in the face, pointed at my shoe, and said, "No shoes, please." And then he turned around and went right back to making noises and incoherent chatter. I've never forgotten that moment to this day, because it was just unbelievable to me to see someone whom ordinarily he's chewing on his shirt, he's running around knocking things over. At 8 years old, he was still wearing diapers because he was not independent with toileting. And to see those moments of cognitive clarity in those kids It's like, okay, how do we help him bring that out more, you know? Yeah, Polar Bear, you always get the good with the bad at those kinds of places. But I don't regret the work I did there. You know, I would like to think, or at the very least to hope, that I managed to do some good and to help those kids learn some useful strategies for coping with the real world and becoming better friends with their brains, as it were. Sephirios, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Slight Quills. So, Slight Quills, all of that to say, I'm just trying to help validate your point of view that you prefer the cognitive strategies over the medical ones. And at the same time, I acknowledge that for some people, the symptoms are so severe that before the root cause can be dealt with, the symptoms have to be mitigated. And sometimes the only really practical way of doing that is to suppress them with medication so that you can actually address the root cause. But for me personally, for myself, medication is a last line of defense. Oh, yeah, Sam, that must have been a terrible feeling of helplessness. My heart goes out to you for that. One of the worst feelings in the world, Sam, is feeling like you're the only one who doesn't have any control over what happens to you, especially when it comes to medical issues and matters related to your own health and well-being and ability to function. It's definitely scary when you're being dragged around to a bunch of different doctors and being told different things by each one and not knowing what to do to keep yourself healthy. Okay, Alyss, have a good one. Thanks for dropping in, Alyss. Take care. Oh, actually, I need to update the T command. Hang on.
Upon me.
Sephirios, you are going ham with those gift subs. Thank you so much. Celia, yes, I have my team currently set on AI control. Because what's going on right now is I'm trying to level everybody up and boost their skills with the weapons they're currently using, with crossbows. And it's much more efficient to do that with AI control now that I have a party comp that basically cannot be wiped. Curse Nobleman, yeah, that's just how good I am at the game. I play it like I'm a robot. Sephirios, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Ghoster now. Really appreciate that. Curse Nobleman, so this battle theme is a remix of one from the original Ogre battle? Yes, Slight Quills, it absolutely is. Slight Quills, what I recommend is based on the philosophy and the experience of having worked at the places where I used to work, where I volunteered and was eventually an employee. Basically, it's about building a relationship, Sephirios. You build a relationship with the person first, because they need to be able to trust you if you're going to get anywhere with them. Once they trust you, as long as you preserve and protect their trust and don't do anything to violate it, then it becomes a lot easier to, first of all, to get them to take your advice or give you the time of day. Because people on the spectrum in particular tend to be very slow to trust, and they often have good reasons for that. They tend to get treated very badly by people who don't know or understand them. They get marginalized in school. They get treated like problem children. They get treated often as though their behavior is on purpose or it's for attention, when in actuality it comes from a genuine, legitimate need or from a lack of ability to socially integrate, or, you know, from some other genuine cause. And one of the worst things that we used to see, but unfortunately one of the most common, is, well, how come you're smart enough to be in all college preparatory classes, but you don't know why it's not a good idea to blurt out things at inopportune times during class? Like, there are a lot of people who just can't wrap their heads around that, and who can't reconcile somebody being intelligent with that person also having a social or cognitive impairment of some kind. So, with that population in particular, Slight Quills, it's crucially important to develop a relationship with them first. And it doesn't even matter if you start off not being able to understand them. What matters more than anything is just that you make the effort, and that they know you're trying. Because if they know you're trying to help them, even if you don't quite get it, then they'll be a lot more willing to work with you and to open up to you and to trust you. So once you have that, once you've built the rapport, then you're in a much better position to say, well, little Timmy, I understand that you're really anxious about doing this sort of thing, but let's try doing it for just a few minutes. I know you don't want to, but you really kind of need to. And then after you're done doing the thing that makes you anxious, we can take a break and you can go relax a little bit and do something that you enjoy. You know, like, it's about making compromises and kind of building them up to it, working them up to it, and using those few minutes that they are doing something to demonstrate for them and model for them how to handle it and cope with it. Yeah, Devilish, and we used to get a lot of kids who came to us who had been through that whole song and dance with their school's guidance counselors, or with teachers, or administrators, or even a couple of them were in more like assisted living type situations because they were over 18 and they were still sort of in assisted care, but they were in assisted care because they had signed agreements saying that they would participate, like they were there willfully. Yeah, Mental, it's amazing how much difference it makes when you make even a token effort to meet somebody halfway, isn't it? You know, when you go out of your way to show that you actually care, even a little, and that it's not all about you. Well, Sephirios, and for people who don't have those social impairments, it comes naturally. You know, people take it for granted, and they assume that because they have it, everybody else must have it, and they struggle to understand those who aren't born with it. And unfortunately, some of the people who struggle to understand that end up being teachers or administrators at schools who don't see any reason why they have to make a special accommodation for somebody who presents as perfectly intelligent. Yeah, Mortefero, for a lot of people, sometimes it just depends on the day. I can kind of relate to that, actually, Mortefero. I mean, I really enjoy streaming. I love it. But there are days when I wake up and I just, I open my eyes and I think, man, I just want to spend today asleep. I'm so tired, and I don't feel like getting up or talking to anyone. I just want to sleep. Oh, you do, Ghoster, now. Okay, you're a paraprofessional. And a 6-to-1 classroom, I'm guessing you mean 6 students to 1 teacher. Yeah? Yeah, join the club, Slight Quills. Quarantine has been tough on people in lots of different ways, I know. Good on you, though, Ghoster, now. Paraprofessionals, in my experience, because I've worked with a lot of paraprofessionals before, and in fact, the organizations that I worked for, actually, we had our own paraprofessionals who would help our clients with the academic portion of our program, because a lot of kids came to us not just for the social and emotional skills therapy, but also they came to us instead of regular school. Like, we were a certified school, and a lot of the kids would come to us and do their academics at the program because for one reason or another they couldn't be in a mainstream classroom setting. Either there were too many people and it caused too much anxiety, or they had trouble focusing, or their needs were too intensive and the teacher in a regular ed classroom couldn't give them the attention they needed. We had a lot of that, and we also did collaboration with paraprofessionals that were responsible for following kids from class to class at school for our kids who were in regular ed. And Ghoster, now, I will say, paraprofessionals are some of the most underappreciated, hardest working staff that I have ever met in any part of the education system. So props to you, Ghoster, now. Shout out to all my paraprofessionals out there. Yeah, Devilish, it's funny, isn't it, how that works when it's something you're passionate about or interested in? You can talk about it all day. Like, I could sit here on stream all day and talk about video games or food or travel or, you know, this. But then other times, I just want to go to sleep, you know? I just want to, you know, sit home and play some video games or watch some Twitch streams or some videos and just relax. Which was what I did yesterday, actually, while I was trying to get some of the grinding in this game done off stream, so you all didn't have to sit through it, as unfortunately you're doing now. But at the very least, the silver lining is now I can give chat my full attention while the game is set on auto grind. Cuddle parties, Slight Quills. I have never heard of this fascinating phenomenon. Tell me more. I'm interested. Yeah, Ghoster, now, anybody who is used to working in a school or classroom setting is going to be pretty weirded out by having to work from home. Although, Ghoster, now, it's great that we live in the era we live in, where at least some of that can be done over the internet. Slight Quills, these sound like some fairly professional, legit events, if they're accompanied by consent workshop. How have I never heard of this? Well, Devilish, in some ways that probably works out better for you, right? That way you don't have somebody constantly breathing down your neck. You're independent enough now, clearly, that you don't need a constant one-to-one. You know, it sounds to me, Devilish, as though you have a pretty good handle on your own needs, and you know when you need something, and you can go ask for it when you do. And you don't need someone to constantly follow you around and check up on you and help you figure out whether you need something, right? Yeah, absolutely, Monotone, absolutely. Mortefero, I've always hated looking people in the eyes. It's always really been difficult for me to do. I'm not even sure why, honestly. It's just super uncomfortable. The only time I'll ever meet someone's eyes without feeling uncomfortable about it is if I'm trying to appear like in a business situation where you don't want to look too submissive or weak. Meeting somebody's eyes can be a sign of dominance, and unfortunately, in the very rare occasion when I have to use that kind of body language, it almost invariably is for that particular purpose. Although I guess one notable exception to that I can think of off the top of my head is, since Slight Quills brought up cuddle parties, it just made me think, one exception to looking into somebody's eyes that isn't necessarily uncomfortable is if it's a pretty girl and she has really pretty eyes. That would be, I guess, an exception. Then I don't mind. Oh, okay, so she kind of provides a little bit of support with the anxiety aspect as well, Devilish. That's good. Is this the person you told me about, Devilish, that you originally didn't get along with, but that you kind of warmed up to each other, and now you get on fairly well? Yeah, Ghoster, now, and I bet that there are a fair few of those students who learn better at home over the internet than they do in classrooms. Oh, different person. Okay, Devilish. Am I a Gorgon? No, Zubaz. Although, I'm starting to look like one. I definitely need a haircut. This whole quarantine thing has made it impossible for me to get my hair cut. And the last time I tried doing it myself, I looked like I used a lawnmower as a pillow. Well, Mortefero, but that just comes from a place of having anxiety about change. And that's almost everyone. Pretty much everybody who exists has some level of anxiety about change. It's just that people on the spectrum are maybe more deeply and profoundly affected by that anxiety in an outward way, right? Unfortunately, Hunter, I'm pretty close. I've been thinking about just taking a scissors and, you know, just going for it, and whatever will be, will be. But if I do that, then I'm gonna have to basically wear my spy suit everywhere I go with the fedora and everything, so that no one can see my terrible attempt at cutting my own hair. Gotcha, Devilish. Okay. So the new person you're working with sounds like you've got a better rapport with then. Dandy Wizard, there are many tools which could potentially be used for cutting one's own hair. A longsword is not exactly at the top of my personal list for tools that I would use. I've thought about that too, Havoc, but I need at least a little bit of hair. I need it. You guys don't understand. I need my hair. Monotone, that's what I'm currently doing. But when I grow my hair out, I look like Mark Hamill when he played Luke Skywalker in A New Hope. I look like the sides of my head have airplane wings. It just doesn't work. But hey, Mortiferu, you could do what Nick's been doing. You could do a Shave It or Save It stream. Donate the proceeds to charity. Zubaz, you just... You know what you reminded me of, Zubaz. You reminded me of this. You reminded me of the freaking Wiggler helmet in Monster Hunter. Oh, okay, Mortiferu. The Wiggler hat is the best. Like, KCK, I love that people have actually made Wiggler hats in real life. Like, there are ones you can buy. Let me see if I can... Here it is. This is the best thing ever, and I love that it exists. Yeah, Devilish! For quite a while before Iceborne came out, the Wiggler hat was actually part of the Sword and Shield meta, because it had really good abilities that synergized with using items on your entire party. Yeah, exactly, Dandy Wizard, exactly. I haven't played since Iceborne, and I gather there's a new meta now that doesn't involve the Wiggler helmet anymore, but when that thing was the meta, boy, it was quite an experience going off on a hunt with your support hunter. Between the Wiggler hat and bringing a hunting horn user with you, it was just the goofiest. Oh, there's a layered armor for it. Perfect, Devilish. Even better. Oh, there's a Kulu-Yaku helm now, Mortiferu? That's great. I guess Kulu-Yaku is the de facto mascot of Monster Hunter now. Oh, the meta does involve pants now. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, the Moth Swine helmet, I remember, Devilish. But I don't think the Palico helm had been added while I was still playing. Wiggler everywhere. Yeah, there you go, Zubaz. You're just walking down the street and a manhole pops open. And it's a Wiggler! You open your refrigerator. Hey, Wigglers everywhere! Wigglers in my spaghetti. Actually, that's kind of a terrifying thought, isn't it? There's a Palico Wiggler outfit, Devilish? Hang on, I need to find a picture of this. Okay. Okay. Huh. It appears to be this. Congrats to Mud, congrats! I'm glad to hear you enjoyed it. Yeah, Mortiferro, I'm gonna have my work cut out for me relearning that game when I do decide to pick it up again. I'm certainly gonna have quite a lot of content to catch back up on. Oh, alright, let's see what this is, KCK. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I did find a picture of it. That's great, I love it. I love how the little urn even has a paw print on it. Okay, Mental, have a good class. Take it easy. Yeah, Slight Quills, I could understand why that would be the case. I could see anybody who gets uncomfortable about physical contact between anyone not married freaking out over that kind of thing. Welcome to 2020. The pot does sell it, KCK. Slight Quills, thank you for bringing to my attention that that stuff existed. It's fascinating to learn about. Although I imagine that all of those sorts of events are probably on hold thanks to the coronavirus, but it's interesting to know those things. I can't believe I had no idea that cuddle parties existed before today. This is one of the reasons I appreciate you guys, because no matter what happens on stream, I always end up learning something from someone. I'm glad, Sugar Crow. I only hope it's something useful. Oh, see, Saphirios, you were very lucky. Where I grew up, and even where I live now, physical contact is, it's kind of a taboo. Obviously, in public, it's not very tactful to just be sitting on a park bench making out, but it's more that needing physical contact is considered to be, in a lot of societies, a sign of weakness. Or for whatever reason, it's associated with being feminine, and it's not considered masculine. So, guys who express a need for that are kind of treated as second-class citizens or, you know, betas or whatever. When, in actual fact, physical contact is simply a human need, and everybody has the potential to experience it regardless of, you know, any demographic factors like gender or whatever, age, ethnicity. Oh, it requires certification to run the workshops. Do you know, Slight Quills, who accredits the certification? Oh, okay, Sephirios, you were already labeled. So that label just made other people stop questioning your behavior. I see. Yeah, for better or worse, I used to see quite a lot of that in the populations well, the population, I should say, singular, that I worked with. Yeah, Devilish, it's just one more mold for people to have to try to unnaturally fit themselves into if it doesn't work for them. Yeah, Monotone. I, of all people, Monotone, I can absolutely relate. I've been quite isolated since even before the quarantine, because, you know, I live by myself, and I don't really have... Pretty much all my friends are in other countries, or far-flung parts of my country, where it's not practical for me to travel on a regular basis to see them. So I can absolutely relate. It's been that way for me ever since I moved back to Germany. And I mean, I've gotten used to it, but I still really miss having somebody to cuddle with. That much is definitely true. Yeah, exactly, Zubaz. The only way to be 100% masculine is to get rid of your body entirely, so that you can become Mother Brain. Oh, wait! Oh, no kidding, Sephirios. Did you do that just to set the record, or is it someone you were actually close to? Yeah, Neo Shadow, it's always difficult when you move someplace new and you basically have to start your social life all over from scratch. Timud, hopefully we'll be able to say that in about 20 years. Okay, Sephirios, I see. Dandy Wizard, you joke, but remember once Pat said that he would rather be immortal as a talking toilet than live out only the natural life of a human? Well, yeah, those people will be able to in 20 years, Devilish, yes. You know, Cursed Nobleman, I've never heard anybody sum Pat up quite so succinctly as you just did. But you're right, yes, he does have a weird wisdom spread. Then again, I probably do too. Though I think in my case, it's more int than wisdom, and I think some of those points might have ended up in charisma somehow. But yeah, I know none of them ended up in mathematics. Right, Zubaz, right. Devilish, I beg to differ. That is absolutely not true, Devilish. I have heard you on stream with Sugar Crow, and you are very well spoken. You have a very pleasant voice to listen to. You're very kind and very sweet. Don't give me any of this, my charisma stat is down the drain bullshit. That's a blatant untruth. You might not feel like you have a high charisma stat, but take it from an onlooker. Your face is a tomato, Devilish? I've got some basil and mozzarella. Might be able to help you out. Pat and Paige have no points in dexterity. Paige has negative dexterity. Well, it's not that Paige has negative dexterity, Greg. It's just that Lupus is a permanent massive dexterity debuff. Pat just never spec'd any points into it. I know, Devilish, I'm just being cheeky. Sugar Crow. Shut up, you are a great person to talk to. The irony of that statement, Sugar Crow. Shut up! You're great to talk to. Talk to me more. No, wait, shut up. I love you guys so much. You guys are most of what's keeping me sane throughout this quarantine. I mean, hell, even before quarantine. Now, Devilish, give yourself a little more credit, man. I have heard you on stream, and you absolutely are not lacking in charisma. I wouldn't change anything about you, Sugar Crow. Yeah, no, Devilish, I actually was quite surprised when I heard your voice for the first time. It's always interesting seeing somebody in chat and getting a feel for someone's personality in chat purely through text. And kind of developing a mental picture of that person without ever having actually seen or heard them. And then comparing the mental image that comes from only getting to know somebody through text with the mental image that comes from actually seeing what they look like and hearing their voice. Thanks to the fact that I'm a content creator with my own community, that is a bizarre experience which I get to have on a fairly frequent basis. But I wouldn't trade it. Oh, Artista, stop it. Don't you start now too, Artista. Yeah, Monotone, it's amazing how different your mental idea of a person's voice tends to be when you meet them first through text than what their voice actually ends up sounding like when you speak to them directly through voice. You see, Devilish? You see? You got a compliment. From a girl, no less. You should be super proud of that. Your charisma stat is a waveform? Well, Zephirios, I think to a certain extent everybody's charisma stat is a waveform, right? It's kind of like an analog wave, where if you wake up well-rested and refreshed, you're at one of the peaks of that waveform. And if you wake up hungover after getting 2 hours of sleep, you're going to be at one of the valleys in that waveform. Yeah, Monotone, you are... The voice that comes out of your thin, scrawny, curly-haired frame is something that I would more expect from somebody like Luciano Pavarotti or Boris Christoph. Like, I was expecting a 300-pound baritone opera singer before I met you in person, Monotone. I still think you'd make a fantastic baritone. What, Zephirios? Are you trying to tell me that you're only interesting and fun to be around after you've had 3 hours of sleep and are hungover? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah, Warrior, it's that way for most people I've ever met. People say, oh, alcohol is my social lubricant. And then I see those same people drunk, and they're vomiting on my shoes and clinging to my shoulder telling me they love me. And I'm like, you consider this an improvement to your charisma? Nah, Sugar Crow, I can personally vouch for the fact that Monotone is a pretty handsome dude. I'm not into dudes, but I know a handsome dude when I see one. Singing stream together. Sugar Crow, the only problem with that will be your ping, you know, the latency. Well, maybe you should Monotone if you're interested. You've got a great voice for it. Although, Sugar Crow, unfortunately, Monotone is already spoken for, so... Oh, Devilish, this is you! This is definitely not... Well, actually, I did kind of have the image of you as being blonde. When you told me you were Dutch, I figured that was probably the case. I figured probably pale white skin, blonde hair. But those are the only things I was right about. Oh, via Discord. Okay, Sugar Crow, gotcha. Hello, Malkavian Madness. Welcome. Good to see you. Devilish, I wish I could pull off the long hair half as well as you do. Because it'd make going out during this whole quarantine thing a lot easier to deal with. In the absence of any place to get a haircut. Zephirios, unless you've been drunk every time you've showed up to my stream, I beg to disagree. Yeah, Sugar Crow, but I'm only really German by birth. I don't actually have very much, if any, ethnic German blood in me. My father's side of the family comes from Sweden, although he grew up in Austria, and my mother's side comes from Ukraine. And you guys have seen the, well, some of you have seen the very few just chatting streams I've done. I think you've got a fairly decent sense for the fact that my hair color is very far from blonde. When it's clean, when I've just washed it, it's a very, very dull kind of copper blonde. But not even what I would really call blonde. It's more of just a sandy brown at this point. More and more lately, it's gray. Oh, so your hair is naturally curly, Devilish. Gotcha. See, I wish mine were either naturally straight or naturally curly, but mine just can't make up its mind what it wants to be, and so it just ends up, it'll grow out straight for the first couple of inches, and then if I let it go any longer than that, it'll be like, hey, I can turn curly, or wavy. Or maybe I'll turn curly on one side and wavy on the other, haha! Cuddlist is a company, Slight Quills. You complete the training and start seeing clients? You can start the... It sounds as though I'm going to need to do some extended research on this, Slight Quills, because this sounds like a much deeper rabbit hole than I thought it was when you first brought it up. The company founder, Madelon Guinazzo. Huh. So, Slight Quills, do I take that to mean that you live in Italy? Yeah, Tamud, if I had anybody who, you know, any family members who could come over and cut my hair for me, I would probably ask if they were willing to do that, but at this point, I'm gonna have to just make my peace with looking like I crawled out of a South American jungle. The Jumanji look. Yeah, Sugar Crow, you've shown me a couple of pictures. I remember very well the color of yours. Yours is super cute, Sugar Crow. Yours suits you very well. I don't think mine suits me all that well at all. Well, Mortiferu, some people prefer that. Yeah, Skjor. I've heard my hair color referred to that before on my mother's side of the family, the side from Ukraine. Cursed Nobleman, this game is a lot like Final Fantasy Tactics. The combat is pretty much identical. The differences mainly lie in the user interface and the game systems peripheral to the combat. But if you enjoy Tactics, you'll probably also enjoy this. Ah, gotcha, Devilish. Okay. Yeah, Monotone, those work on you. They don't work so well on me. No, okay, Slight Quills, I see. Yeah, Timud, I think probably a lot of us are. I certainly am. The revolutionary look might work for me. Hunter, you know, I've tried that, Hunter, but I think the revolutionary look during a coronavirus pandemic probably just makes me look like some kind of survivalist who's walking around the street looking for zombies to shoot. And that's not the kind of look I want to be walking around with at this point in history. I see, Slight Quills. I gotcha. Yeah, Devilish, she is, isn't she? Slyquill's looking like a survivalist in the middle of a worldwide disease outbreak when you live in a capital city is bad, yes. Because then you end up, like, if I were to look like that and to go out walking around the streets of Berlin, people would mistake me for some kind of depraved homicidal maniac. And the police would probably shoot me on sight. We're gonna make you blush, though, Sugar Crow. Yeah, Greg, I would be Franz the Hobo Spy. Granted, at this point, I'm already becoming Franz the retro 1980s throwback spy. In another month or so, I'm going to end up with a full-blown mullet if I don't do something. Yeah, Dandy Wizard, you're thinking Japan. A good disguise for what, Monotone? Everybody's in lockdown here. Nobody's out on the streets for me to disguise myself to. Well, Slyquills, it's getting way too long in the back for my taste. I've got enough at the back of my neck already that I could do a short ponytail, like a little rat tail, which I despise. I prefer nice short hair. If I had been smart, I would have rushed off to a hairdresser and gotten it cut short before everything got locked down. But it didn't occur to me to do that. Hello, Aragnes, welcome! Yeah, exactly, Skewer, that's why I can't do that. I would end up not even being able to look in the mirror anymore if I were to just shave all my hair off. Dandy Wizard, Germany isn't like Japan. The police here are actual police. I mean, granted, the police in Japan are actual police too, if not some of the most powerful police in any country on the planet, but...
Lord wins.
Sephirios, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Greg. Really appreciate that, Sephirios. The OCD is strong, Sephirios, huh? Nobody without a sub badge allowed in chat, so we'll just give sub badges to everyone. Well, Ryoti, that'll make for an epic Shave It or Save It stream, at least. If you ever get around to streaming. And see, Ryoti, that's the kind of survivalist look I could get on board with. But I can't pull that off because beards are way too much work, and anytime I try to grow one, I just end up looking like a hobo. Then everyone would have to start calling me a boxcar-dwelling spy. Hey, Bob! One of many reasons why, Devilish. But definitely, the fact that everyone here seems to take such good care of each other is one of my highlights. Oh, that's awful, Ryoti. My condolences, man. Slyquills, it depends on who has them. I've seen them work remarkably well on some people, but they do not work on me. True, Nasiran, that's true. I would rather live in a boxcar than in a box. Granted, my parents forced me to do so much camping in the middle of the Canadian wilderness when I was a kid that living in a boxcar would be a step up from some places I've had to sleep. Oh, Devilish, I'm just glad I've been able to introduce good people to other good people. Hell, I'm glad I've been able to introduce good people to me. I'm especially grateful for that. Yeah, exactly, Monotone. A beard starts getting itchy long before it starts getting to the point where it's attractive and masculine. Can't stand that itch. Ugh. Well, thank you, Devilish. I'm grateful that anybody thinks so. I try. I'm not perfect, but I certainly try. I did, Sephirios. I did. I replied to her tweet, and I messaged her earlier, actually, to congratulate her. I knew she was gonna nail it. It was only a matter of when. Right, Sephirios? Shura and Immortal Severance, 2 in 2 days. That's my Charlie. I don't have the right to say that, but I'm super, super proud of her. Very well deserved and hard earned, Sephirios. She practiced for that since the game came out, literally since day one that the game came out. I don't think she's actually even just sat down and played the game casually, Sephirios. I'm pretty sure she was doing challenge runs from day one. Yeah, Ryodi, I know there are a couple of specialty products for that. It's just, I can't. I already feel older than I like to think I am. The last thing I want is to look older. Yeah, Sephirios, I know, right? I always knew she'd go places. Wouldn't it be crazy, Sephirios, if today, or rather tomorrow, because I think she got her run today for Immortal Severance, wouldn't it be crazy if tomorrow she just went and no-damaged Dark Souls 1 and got 3 runs in 3 days? Dandy Wizard, what do you think the first 35 years of my life have been spent doing? Bettering myself? No. Preparing for old age. I know, Sugar Crow, and it breaks my heart that now with the quarantine it's going to be a while before you two can. But think of it this way, it'll give you both something to look forward to when the lockdown is over and you two can get together and finally go out and have some sushi. And actually, Sugar Crow, you now that she's gotten her 2 damageless runs, you can use it as an opportunity to celebrate that, and an opportunity for you to celebrate the incredible and awesome work that you did in the hospital, and by then probably finishing up your degree. Oh, she does, Sugar Crow. Believe me, I know she does. Charlie's not the sort of person who would go out of her way to meet someone she didn't want to hang out with. The fact that she's on board with it, Sugar Crow, means absolutely that she genuinely wants to. Did she, Saphirios? Yeah, Greg, sushi tastes even better when you've had to wait a year and a half to go to the restaurant and eat it. Well, Slight Quills, at least some of those preparations have probably proven helpful during the quarantine, haven't they? Me too, Sugar Crow. I don't even remember the last time I had sushi. It's been at least a few years. Which breaks my heart because I really love it, but I just... Before the quarantine, I wasn't able to justify spending the money on it. And after the quarantine, no place is open, and it, you know, I don't want to go out. Thank you, Sugar Crow. If I'm ever in the neighborhood, I will definitely let you know. Yeah, Saphirios, I bet she was. I spoke with her briefly a little bit earlier, Saphirios, when I messaged her to congratulate her, and she still seemed pretty over the moon. I don't blame her. Like, I'm unbelievably happy for her. That's a tremendous accomplishment. She practiced so long for that. Slight Quills, those are actually really good skills to have. Were you here, Slight Quills, the past few streams when I mentioned that my mother actually has been doing some foraging on her property back in Connecticut? She's been collecting wild garlic mustard and making salads out of it and sautéing it. Which is really nice, Slight Quills, to have those skills, because it means you don't have to wait in line at a grocery store with people who don't understand or care about the concept of social distancing. It also means that you can eat even if you don't have a job. And you don't have to pay. Yeah, Slight Quills, both my parents, after we moved to America, both of them got super, super into outdoorsy stuff. Hiking, camping, foraging, extended trips into the wilderness. Yeah, it brings the cost of living down, Slight Quills, and as long as you know the land you're harvesting that stuff from is clean and not polluted, it's a great way to get some vegetables in your diet without any of the pesticides. In what regard, Sugar Crow? You mean he goes out and forages? Yeah, Slight Quills, in some ways it's kind of a hobby, isn't it, foraging? All the people who learned how to do it as a hobby are now laughing all the way to the bank, Slight Quills, because they don't have to go to the grocery store and pick over what little is left, because everyone's panic bought everything. Their grocery store is literally the entire forest. Oh, okay, Sugar Crow, gotcha. Yeah, it's not the most comfortable or luxurious, but it saves a ton of money. Oh, okay, Slight Quills, then you live in a perfect location for that. Yeah, no kidding, Cursed Nobleman. At least the absolute lack of any flour or baking ingredients at grocery stores would seem to indicate that, wouldn't it? Aw, Sugar Crow, chin up, hun. Things are gonna get better. I promise. Things might suck now, but it's only temporary. We're going to look back on this in a couple of years and be glad it's over. Do you, Slight Quills? So I'm guessing you live on some undeveloped land in the suburbs, then. Your neighbors complain about your yard. Yeah, but your yard feeds you. Their nicely manicured lawns with all their chemical fertilizers don't produce shit that they can actually eat. So I'd say you get the last laugh there, Slight Quills. Right? Yeah, Sugar Crow, I can appreciate that. Yeah, Slight Quills, but nobody's gonna just sit down and eat a plate of dandelions. I mean, yes, they're edible, but come on. Yeah, Cursed Nobleman, you should. Honestly, if I had any arable land that I could use for gardening, I probably would be doing some gardening these days, but... I've seen it, Cursed Nobleman, the one that's run by, like, the 95-year-old lady. Oh, did she die, Cursed Nobleman? That sucks. Well, hell, I mean, at least she had a good run. I'd consider myself lucky to live anywhere near her age. Ha! Wow, Slight Quills, very good. Slight Quills, I do hope you left at least a few so that they'd grow back. Or that you left the roots, not the roots. Fungi don't have roots. Rhizomes, I think? Oh, come on, Monotone. You reburied the... Okay, gotcha, Slight Quills. Sounds like you know what you're doing, then. I'm glad to hear that. You can monotone, but why buy them when you can get them for free in the woods and just cultivate them? Mycelium, thank you, Monotone. Oh, really, Skjor? Is that so? I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry it was ruined for you. I mean, gardening is hard, dirty work, but gardening at least has a payoff eventually. Whereas, Oh, I'm sorry, Devilish. I took my eyes off chat for a couple of minutes to pour myself some tea. Hi, Asherite! Oh, that's the worst, Sugar Crow. For some people, Sugar Crow, anything that costs any money is, you know, immediately invalidated as a hobby because money is too expensive, and hobbies are somehow only something you should be able to do for free. Granted, it's definitely better when you don't have to pay for your hobby, but there are some things you just can't experience without spending a couple of dollars or euros or whatever. No, God no, Asherite. I'm still working on training for that. Well, Skjor, there is something to be said for being self-sufficient, right? Especially under the present circumstances. Oh, so he was a hypocrite about it, Sugar Crow. When he wanted a hobby, it was fine for him to pay for it, but when you wanted something, it was too expensive. I see. Sam, where did you go kayaking? I'm gonna guess it was, what's the river that runs through Great Barrington, Sam? Or did you go somewhere else? Did you go to a local lake? Oh, I see, Monotone. Okay, you're talking about cultivated species of mushrooms. I agree, Slight Quills. I absolutely agree. Oh, yeah, Sugar Crow. Some people just... Any excuse to prevent you from bettering yourself and then criticizing you for not bettering yourself. That's really unfortunate, Sugar Crow. You deserve better people than that in your life. Which is why you are always welcome here. Oh, in Stockbridge. Okay, Sam. Yeah, I guess that's not too far from you. Stockbridge is, what, 30 minutes or so from Great Barrington? I actually used to do a lot of kayaking myself when I was a kid, Sam, because my parents would force me. As much as they liked hiking, they also liked boating. And they had a canoe and a couple of kayaks. They'd find the kayaks at, like, tag sales. The people were just getting rid of them and didn't want them anymore. So I did a fair bit of canoeing and kayaking as a kid. And yeah, Sam, it's amazing how a lack of human activity for a little while will result in the environment getting a lot nicer. Funny how that works, isn't it? Hey, Fallout Camera Mass, welcome! Good to see you. That is an absolutely terrifying emote, but thank you for joining us. You just have to win battles with that class, Asherite. Unlike in Final Fantasy Tactics, where every action you take in battle earns you a small amount of experience and job points, in Tactics Ogre here, all that matters is that you actually win battles with a particular class. The actual actions you take in battle have no bearing on anything except your skill ranks. And rather problematically, skills in this game level up a lot more slowly than skills in Final Fantasy Tactics. So that element was definitely better designed in Tactics than it is here. Any kind of ranked skill in this game takes forever to level up, which is why it's so important to scavenge those skills from enemy units. Because it's the only way of leveling up your skills that doesn't take forever. And even then, you can normally only scavenge partially leveled skills from most enemies. Yeah, they are, Asherite. Like, the thief skill Steal in this game is a ranked skill. It has 8 ranks. And when you steal from an enemy, your steal skill rises by 0.1 or 0.2 out of 100. So imagine how many times you have to steal to get that skill to rank 8. It's such a bad design. It's so tedious, it takes forever. And because the AI will never use the steal skill, or other skills like it, you can't even automate it with AI. You have to do it manually. And what's worse, because enemy thieves in this game will never attempt to steal from you, they never actually come with a leveled steal skill for you to scavenge, so you can't even scavenge the steal skill from enemy thieves in this game. It sucks. It's the worst. Fortunately or unfortunately, Asherite, I was looking through a list of the items that can be stolen with the steal skill in this game, and it seems that even at rank 8, steal is worthless. Like, you can't actually get anything useful from stealing, even when you've maxed out the rank of the steal skill. Ironically, the best item you can get from ranking up steal is a ring that, when equipping it, you gain 3 temporary extra ranks of the steal skill. So, it seems as though I can completely ignore having to rank up steal, which is both a tremendous relief and also a tremendous disappointment, because it's really stupid. Like, why would you design your game that way? Sugarcrow, considering what a wonderful person you are now, it's hard to imagine that you were ever anything like the father you've been describing. Yeah, Sam, there are. There are quite a few. Well, Fallout, hopefully it's going to look a little more interesting after another few battles when I'll be done leveling up the Dragoon class. Sam, I'm glad you enjoy kayaking. It's one of the many things that my parents wore out for me. Dopus Sophis, this game is the actual ancestor of Final Fantasy Tactics. It was developed by the same key people. Matsuno directed it. It came out a year or so earlier than Tactics. No, Asherite, it does not. It does have a loyalty system that changes if you perform certain actions in battle, but it's definitely nothing so annoying as that. No, you do steal to get loot, Fry Guy. It's just that the loot you get from stealing in this game is worthless. According to the lists that I've looked at, there is nothing you can steal that you can't also craft or buy. Let's see, Morteferu. Ah, I'm liking the beard, Morteferu. I'm really liking the beard. You have a very scholarly look. There's something, in fact, almost Victorian about your current look, Morteferu, where all you would need is a top hat and a tobacco pipe, and you could be a Victorian gentleman entrepreneur. Honestly, Morteferu, you remind me a little bit of that famous photograph of Isambard Kingdom Brunel, where he's standing in front of the launching chains of the Great Eastern. This is a good look, Morteferu. It suits you very well. Guns had infinite range in the SNES version, Asherite? I did not know that. I've only ever played the PSP version of this. This is my first time playing the game. Then, yeah, they would definitely be better, Asherite. I haven't actually unlocked the class that uses guns yet. I've fought one, but I haven't actually gotten any class marks for it. Alright, one more level for Dragoon. The only thing that could stop them is cover. It sounds like maybe they were a little too good in the original Asherite. I can understand why it was changed. Although, from what people have been telling me now, as a result of that change, Archer is now the be-all and end-all ranged class in this game. Because bows are not subject to line of sight. And they also appear to do somewhat more damage. Although, I'm really liking the crossbow weapon skills. Bow has pretty decent ones as well, but Death Whale is so good. It does so much damage. Mortiferu, sadly, that's pretty much what's happened with me. My experience has been, I leveled up Berserker to level 50, and that was okay. Berserker's a pretty decent class. But then I switched everybody over to Archer, because I figured, well, if I level up everyone as Archer, they'll gain some dexterity and agility, which in this game determine ranged damage and evasion. And boy, no sooner did I outfit a full party of archers than I realized, oh, hey, everything is just dying in 3 turns. Fallout, right now I have my team set to AI control. Normally I would be controlling them manually, but this is just grinding at the moment. And it's much more efficient to let the AI do this, because the only thing I really need to do here is win battles. And that also enables me to give chat my full attention. And it makes it easier to drink my tea. Oh, which reminds me, I have to update the tea command. I meant to do that earlier, and I forgot. You know, Slightquills, people often ask, Franz, why don't you just bring back the fireplace and just turn the stream into a podcast? And there are times when I've done that, when I'm feeling like I don't have the energy to actually play anything. I'll just podcast it, but I feel like I do like to be able to play a game at the same time if I can manage it. Yeah, Dandy Wizard, unfortunately, I'm out of Earl of Harlem now. I used all of mine up, because they don't sell it in tins of loose tea, they only sell it in tins of sachets. So you get a lot less in the tin than you would if it were loose. And I've been trying to reproduce the blend by just blending different kinds of loose tea according to the ingredients list on the Earl of Harlem tin, but I haven't gotten it quite right yet. I know, Mortiferu! I always find myself impressed by the different challenges Marcus comes up with. And at times I've actually enjoyed participating in his challenges. He did, years and years ago, he did a challenge series for Demon's Souls and Dark Souls 1 for fighting certain bosses under different challenge conditions. And I've got some videos of my entries in those challenges. I had a lot of fun doing those, actually. As a kind of a one-off thing, I'm not really a challenge runner. I'm more of a chat interaction-focused broadcaster. Hey, Toparian, welcome! I'm glad, Devilish. I'm glad people enjoy those enough to show up for them, even if I'm not actually playing a game. Oh, Warrior, yeah! I meant to ask you, how do you like Hojicha? Did it turn out to meet your needs? Is it everything you were hoping for? Because I think it was you, wasn't it, who asked me for the recommendation, or asked me if I thought you would like it? What do you think of it? Huh. Thank you, Devilish. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. Yeah, Mortiferu, I was talking to Marcus about that a little bit on Twitter recently, and he recommended the New Game Minus run to me. He asked me if I've done one, and I told him not yet, but that I'd watched his New Game Minus run, and boy, if that wasn't one clutch moment after another. Great streaming material, those kinds of runs. Oh, it wasn't you, Warrior, because somebody recently specifically asked me about Hojicha. I thought maybe it had been you since you brought it up, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's good stuff, isn't it? It's very different from most other kinds of tea. There's something about that kind of roasty, toasty flavor of Hojicha that it's just so good when it's freshly brewed and piping hot. But no, actually, today, I have some jasmine tea, and I will update the tea command in just a moment. Oh, you found out about it in an episode of Tea Talk, Warrior. Okay. I'm glad people enjoy those so much. I really wish I could justify continuing to make them, but YouTube is just such an awful place anymore that, you know, you heard that whole rant before. Alright, do we hit 50? Yes, we do hit 50. So now... Now, we first of all need to save, and I need to check... I'm glad to hear that, Fallout. Well, Mortiferu, under the circumstances, you might as well. There's no reason not to. Alright, now, can these be used? No, they can't. By any other class. Actually, I probably should be saving some of my SP. Yeah, there we go, for Constitution 4. And Resistance. Constitution 4, yeah, we definitely need that. Okay, I guess we do have some extra SP. Beastbane, Beast Slayer, Dragon's Bane, and Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer, apparently, you just get if you have high enough Draconology skill. Constitution 4. Good. Okay, yeah, probably everybody should have these. Only wish they affected ranged attacks in addition to just melee attacks. Make sure okay. Yeah, it looks like a couple of units were missing Constitution 4. Make sure we've got everything we need before we start spending SP on stuff we don't need. Right, I think everybody else has Constitution 4. And everyone else has plenty of SP, so we'll learn all of these. Okay. I'm gonna have to try out the Bane abilities, because I'm not totally sure how they compare to Slayer of it. True Strike 4. Okay, we were missing that. Missing any of the resistance skills. Okay, we're good to go there. Oh, right, before I forget, I was supposed to change the T command. before I do absolutely anything else, let me take care of that. Oh, hey, it looks like Harney & Sons is offering a site-wide 20% off promotion. I guess now would be the time to get your tea online. Right, what is it that I have? I have the Dragon Pearl Jasmine today. Here it is. Let me just update MooBot. Custom commands. There we go. Okay, good. Excellent. Well, Lunar Hiatus, you're saving money by buying loose tea rather than tea in sachets or tea bags. Plus, it's just a nicer experience brewing it at home, you know, boiling the water, steeping the leaves yourself, because you have more control over it, you know? You can make it as strong or as weak as you like. You can mix different kinds of loose tea if you want to make a blend. And yeah, Lunar, I agree, it is fun. I enjoy brewing tea. Alright, let's see. This is the last one. Very good, Sugar Crow, very good. They do carry some surprisingly decent stuff at Reva, don't they? Oh, you grow your tea at home, you mean? Lunar? That's definitely an interesting process. It's one thing to prepare your own tea at home, but another thing entirely to actually grow it. All right. All right, let's see. Where is... There it is. Okay, now how is everybody doing on crossbow skills? 8, 7, 7, 7, 6, 8, 7. I feel like maybe a couple more battles. Oh yeah, we've got one straggler at 5. Tammuz. Okay, actually, how is everybody's loyalty doing?
Greetings, undead.
Lunar Hiatus, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge, Lunar Hiatus. Really appreciate your support. Hi, Lucky Steak. No, it's not Attack of the Clones. I'm just leveling up a particular class to make sure everyone gets the maximum stat bonuses from it. Because if you look over here at the base stats, you can even see here that it says gain levels and use tarot cards to raise a unit's stats. Well, we've gained enough levels on these particular units. Oh, Burning Jalapeno, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back to you as well. We've gained enough levels on these units that their base stats are now in the 50s. On average. And that is the difference between all of these other units whose base stats are in the 30s and 40s. So basically, leveling people up as all the same class together, Lucky Steak, gives you extra stat boosts. What we need to do now, though, is we need to go to Farampa and recruit some dragons. But even before we do that, we need to go get some items from the Palace of the Dead. Whoops, sell. I need to sell off some of this junk that I've been getting. Well, Lucky Steak, I'm not at the point where I can create those units yet, but I'm pretty sure this game does allow them to be created. Oh, and actually, I need 3 more Balder Shields plus 1. I should craft those while I'm still thinking of it. And let's make sure to sell off all of these. There we go. That's a decent chunk of change. Well, there's a lot more I need, Laughing Cat, before I'm going to be unstoppable, but we'll get there. Actually, if I'm going to go back to the Palace of the Dead, I'd probably better pick up some exorcism grimoires. Alright, I've already got 12 of each of those. So we should be good. Alright. Now, whose crossbow skill is already maxed out? Fox and Paul. Alright, what about Augment Light? Oh, a couple of them are already at rank 2. Hey, Lord Louise, welcome! Okay, so it looks like we can only bring 10 people in here. So we will just have to... We'll just have to try this out and see how it goes. Question is... Yeah, all the enemies in here have garbage skills. So I guess we could just... Oh, you know what? We're gonna have to do this manually because we're gonna have to use the damn chariot. Ah. Didn't mean to do that. We're going to have to use the chariot to re-roll drops. Yeah, Devilish, you can, but if you use the chariot under AI control, the AI will just go back and repeat the same action you undid. The AI does not do things differently if you use the chariot. That's why it has to be under player control. And that's going to be even more of a pain. Ah! And then when you undo the freaking... When you use the chariot after setting AI to something different, the AI settings revert. The chariot affects AI settings as well. Okay, there we go. Warrior, you definitely don't want your panty looking pretty think. That's not good. You might want to do something about that. Alright, Oh, come on. Why? Why do my AI settings not get preserved? This is super irritating. I wish AI settings would just be persistent. Oh, we already discovered that didn't work, so let's... I know, Devilish, I was just teasing him. But why? How? My AI settings are now not even being saved. All right. Ugh. No, Lucky Steak, why would you ever do that? Giving the player direct control over the characters in that game was the best quality of life change they ever made. Why would you undo it? Problem with these stupid enemies is that they do not want to drop items. They can, but they don't like to. So unfortunately, you have to go through this nonsense to get them to actually drop any. You have to use a different RNG increment. Ah. Which is why this whole song and dance takes a lot longer than it has any business taking. This is another unfortunate aspect of this game's design is, there we go, finally, the absolute stupidity that you have to go through to get certain enemy types to cough up items. Ah. Well, we can at least do that. You can, Asherite, but if I go any further with the main story right now, I'll miss my opportunity to do an optional quest that I really want to get done. So if I'm going to do this, I have to do it now. I know, Cursed Nobleman, it's the worst. I don't know why people keep designing that kind of thing into their games, but here we are. There we go, there's another. And another, very good. We will take those. Can I reach her? No, I can't. Can I reach him? Nope. I reach him from here. Not quite, but that'll do. Hey, Chopin, welcome. How are you doing? The only problem with not having actual archers here is I can't actually reach the enemies down below with crossbows. Okay, well, I don't care what the soldiers there drop. The humans, rather. All I care about is the drops from these little imp bastards. Yeah, I remember Devilish. Now, let's see. No item from him, which means... that works. Yeah, thank you, Devilish. I'll let you know. This is by far the most irritating part of all this. There we go. Okay, finally. Whoops. Okay. That wasn't very nice. These bastards. This is where it would have been really a lot easier to have bow users. I guess maybe the next farming run I make in here, I'll switch everyone back to Archer, because crossbows are definitely making this inconvenient with the terrain. Actually, yeah, we'll get rid of the ones that I can kill without any kind of having to re-roll anything first. Because there are way too many mages down there. Alright, this idiot's dead. Hey, Sokar, welcome! Good to see you! Okay, we can get rid of her too, that's good. Welcome back, Alyss! Ah, excellent. Now I just need to make sure that those other bastards down there don't start grabbing these items, because they will if I let them. Oh, Sokar, I didn't realize you were trying Japanese whiskey nowadays. There we go. Question is, will we? Yeah, we will. Do you know, Asherite? That's a good question. Let's find out. Cannot target obstructions. So it's not actually counted as a unit, it's counted as a tile, part of the environment. That's unfortunate. And I just barely can't reach him. Oh, but this is gonna hit... Damn it, yeah, I knew it. These crossbows are line of sight.
Well, thanks for...
Stacking Fire, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that, Stacking Fire. Alright, we'll get rid of these idiots. Lunar, I'm glad to hear that, and I appreciate having you here. It's a pleasure. I'm always glad... Ah, see, I knew that piece of garbage was going to try grabbing those items. You can't... Yeah. So, actually... Actually, killing her is top priority because she wants to steal my, potentially, quest items that I need. Yeah, Benzel, they want to make my life miserable is what they want. What? Okay. Ah. Actually... Oh, I can't. Yes, good, excellent. Can I reach him? I sure can. Perfect. And I can reach him. Oh, no, I can't. Come on. No, stacking fire, no. I am starting to think maybe I should have equipped a movement ability for dealing with the mold on the floor, because the mold appears to have a dramatic effect on movement cost. Oh good, he didn't try to steal that item. Okay, then that means we should be good to go. As long as we can... get him to cough an item up, which... hopefully we will be able to do within a turn or two. Well, no, Greg, it's... The enemies here drop items that I need for a quest, but other enemies can pick up items that have been dropped by an enemy you've killed. And when I say the enemies are stealing my quest items, I mean enemies that are not yet defeated are picking up items I need that could potentially be quest items. There we go. Okay, so now I can kill this last mage and end the battle. And let's cross our fingers and hope I got even a few of the items I need. One glass pumpkin. Freaking one. Well, we can definitely make that a lot easier on ourselves by switching everybody over to Archer. Yes, Asherite, it was. What gave you the impression my progress wasn't saved? Oh, you mean my progress through the Palace of the Dead? Yeah, that's how dungeons in this game work. The idea being that you can repeat them. Like, if you want to go through a dungeon again to use it for grinding or leveling up, when you leave and come back, the dungeon will reset. No, I haven't beaten the dungeon already, Asherite. This dungeon has 100 floors, plus I think a few additional ones after the 100th. I only went to about floor 24 yesterday. No, Lunar Hiatus, I'm still burned out on Monster Hunter. It's going to be a while before I go back to it. Whoops. We definitely need... Ah. Ah. Okay. Yeah, that one, Fallout. All right. What? I can't use Swiftfoot 2? What the hell? Who? Oh! Wow, only a few classes can apparently use Swiftfoot 2. That's not great. The only thing that's unfortunate and kind of a pain here is... having to reset all of the abilities. Every time you change classes. Okay. think it might be a little faster this way. Ah, damn it! I didn't even hit confirm on remove all skills. This is why I wish there were... This is why I wish there were preset loadouts. Like saved loadouts that you could use. By far one of the most frustrating thing about this game is its menus and its general user interface. Okay.
Greetings, undead.
Alpacalypse, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Congrats, Alpaca. I hope you enjoy Yakuza 0. Shersha will be happy to know you're playing it. Okay. Alright, this should be pretty much where we need everything. Okay, so now we leave. Save, and we come back. And where... Where the hell is the glass pumpkin? Crystalline pumpkin is the size of a large egg made from crystals. It serves as a talisman for warding off evil. Effect full charge? Yeah, I know, Devilish. It's miserable that we've got to farm so many of the damn things. I don't know who designed that quest, but clearly their goal was wasting the player's time. I hate having to do really tedious, pointless stuff like this. Oh, great, and now... Wellbone, this is kind of on that level. This is almost the same kind of time waster. We just need to spread people out a little bit more. Yeah, this is going to go much better now that I have access to bows. The line of sight restriction of crossbows really hurts here. Of course, unfortunately, the RNG on drops from these enemy types is going to hurt just as much. There we go. I have a feeling this is going to be a long farming session. There we are. I want to get rid of anybody who can cast spells first. Perfect. Oh, actually. Ah, very good, warrior. I am looking forward to hearing whether it is a success, and I hope it is a success. Because that sounds like a promising recipe. Please do keep us updated, warrior, and if you don't mind, take a couple of pictures and post them on the Discord if it turns out good, or even if it doesn't. Well, hopefully you won't have to resort to that, warrior. Chopin, I think maybe for the sake of chat interaction, I should let warrior explain to you Saba. Since he's the one making it. Yeah, Chopin, it's not bad. I've only had it a couple of times, but it seems useful for the same things that you would use balsamic vinegar for. Oh, did you, Chopin? How did that turn out? Does it work? Additions to what? To the subject of Saba? No, not really, Chopin. I haven't really used Saba too much. Like I said, I've had it once or twice, but... Or do you mean to the pumpkin oil and vanilla ice cream? Oh, yeah, we had discussed, Chopin, that possibly just a light sprinkling of ground cinnamon, clove, allspice, and nutmeg would probably work very well for that, since they're the same kinds of spices that you would use for pumpkin pie. I had better do something about that archer before she tries to grab that item. I still reach him? I sure can. Yeah, it's worth a try, Chopin. What I would do, though, try them without the extra spices first. And then add the spices once you've had a chance to try just the ice cream and the pumpkin seed oil. Okay, these bastards, they are fully aware that I can't reach them where they're currently standing. Alright then, in that case... Can I reach her? I can't. Alright, we need to start moving people forward then. Ha! I can't hit him. Later, loser. Great. All right, then. Because it's an optional dungeon, Chopin. It's designed expressly to be annoying to work your way through. I bet I can hit him. Sure can! Better grab that, actually, before someone else attempts to. Freaking buckler. Farming these damn pumpkins is going to be the biggest pain. I'm frankly amazed I was able to make that shot. Welcome back, Monotone. Ugh. Yeah. Part of me is tempted to try to do this on AI controls so the battles go faster, but if I do that, I'm going to get a lot fewer chances at items, because I'm going to get so many more cards. Get rid of the mages. Actually, I guess I'm going to need to leave one mage alive in order to have a chance at getting items from all of the stupid little imps. There we go. Hi, Decoy. No, I am working on trying to get the glass pumpkins. Which, at the rate that they seem to drop, is going to be a miserable endeavor. For some reason, with a bow equipped, the game will allow you to attack an empty spot, but with a crossbow equipped, it will not. I wonder why that is. Decoy, it's looking like it might approach being that bad. Frankly, though, Decoy, nourishing gems from the damn Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne are the new pink tail. Because that trash takes even longer. I hope not, Greg. I hope I'm able to get it done in less time than that, but at this point, the drop rate is not leaving me feeling encouraged. We'll see how we do after this battle, but yeah, not a single one. I can't even begin to imagine that somebody on the development team for this game looked at this quest in QA and said, yeah, this is fine. The reward justifies the amount of time you have to spend. Also, I hate that this little turd up here always gets to start the battle with Paralytic Wave. Yes, noblemen, it is. That's exactly what it's for. Is it Cursed Nobleman? Is the class that she starts with when you unlock her actually worth the stupid amount of trouble? I wonder if you can steal glass pumpkins from these things. Oh, well, that explains a lot, nobleman. Alright, well, we'll definitely get rid of the mages first. Looks like there are even fewer minion enemies in this battle that actually drop the freaking pumpkins. Alright, Decoy, let's see. Glass pumpkins. Well, Decoy, let me see if I can translate this. Hunt gremlins and fairies on the first floor of the Palace of the Dead. The luck of the ally is not involved in the drop rate. Basement 1 does not drop either than these. One turn by knocking it back and dropping from a monster placed by a flying character with move +1. Rotate the fastest. Okay. All right. Those are able to finish the ferry. So what this seems to be saying, Decoy, is only bring in a couple of units, kill this guy, and if he drops it, okay. Move +1. Okay, I see. I see what they want here. If they drop bags, retreat. Alder armor. Okay, so I need a specific setup for this, then. I need... Hang on a minute. Swiftfoot plus... no, Swiftfoot. Oh, but then I would have to level Vartan. Well... Yeah, Devilish, in order to put Swiftfoot on a flying unit, I would have to... Well... Not necessarily, actually, because I do have the Cloud Rings. What I could do is... I could give a Ring of Clouds to Fox, or someone. Okay, yeah, gonna need to be someone with high bow skill. Okay, Esmond. Or Voltaire. I think we'll go Voltaire. Because he's got 8+1 bow skill. We'll give him a Ring of Clouds. We will change his class to Thief. We will assign him Swiftfoot 2. Oh, wait a minute, but... Thieves can't use bows, only archers and, only archers and Vartans can. So what we could do instead, possibly, is... we could use Fox, since he has max crossbows. And we could change his class to Rogue. Voltaire and Fox, I think, might be able to do this. Ah, welcome back, Saphirios. Alright, let's see. So Voltaire would need to go here, and Fox would need to go here, according to this. I think if I've placed it correctly. What? Ugh. I forgot to give him a weapon. I knew I was forgetting something else. Rude bow. Actually, he's going to need all the attack power he can get, so it'll be a brigandine. It'll be leather slops, and I also forgot to give him the Ring of Clouds. And for the extra attack power, I guess we could get rid of Field Alchemy to give him Augment Light. Okay. Whoops. Wait a minute. I did give him the Ring of Clouds. Unfortunately, I don't have nearly enough damage to... Hello, Animus Eternal! Welcome! Don't have nearly enough damage to one-shot them, but it'll sure as hell be faster this way. Because most of the enemies are down there, and they can't do anything. So only the 3... This is still quite inefficient, though, waiting for everyone to... Oh, what the hell? The Ring of Clouds doesn't actually let me fly significant distances. So I would need a Vartan for that. Let's see then. A buckler and a wizard hat. Okay. Well, clearly that doesn't work. What if we were to actually use Canopus? A long time, Decoy. A long time. If I can't one-shot them with maxed out skills, like maxed out bow skills, it's gonna take it'd take just as long to farm the skills to be able to one-shot those enemies as it would to farm the pumpkins the normal way. Because I've only got Vartan at level 20. And for me to level that up at this point, it would be a whole bunch more farming. Although... yeah, Decoy, it's still more efficient to do it this way than pretty much any other way. And actually, we've got 2 flying archers that I could use for that purpose. We might be able to make this work. It'll just require a couple more people. Yeah, because Emmanuel has rank 8 bows. Canopus also has rank 8 bows. Ah, Warrior, this looks like it turned out okay. It looks like it. How does the taste stack up? Because the sauce looks alright. The mashed potatoes look like they would go well with it. Okay, so what we'll do is... we will put Canopus and Emmanuel here. And Esmond and Voltaire here. No, actually, Canopus, that's not what I wanted. Okay. So... this gremlin... and this fairy... and this gremlin, according to this wiki, these are the only enemies who are capable of dropping the pumpkin. So it looks like... oh, whoops. Great. Just what I needed. So it looks like kill her... kill her. that crap. I should just give everybody stun proof. Oh, okay, warrior. Well, Kolkovine uses chicken anyway, doesn't it? So that should work out well. There we go, there's one. Ah! So that's not gonna reach. And now that we've killed them, we just retreat, I guess. Balder Bow and a Biblion Herpeto. Not quite what I needed. Hey, Tyrannex, welcome! Alright, how many of these guys have enough skill points for stun proof? Actually, Emmanuel does. Stun proof, okay. Huh. Canopus has almost enough. Esmond and Voltaire have nowhere near enough. Well, I guess this will be better than nothing. How are you doing, Tyrannex? It's good to see you. All right. Okay. This might help save a little bit of time. Although considering how much it seems to like not hitting, maybe it won't. There we go. I'm alright, thanks, Tyrannex. There we go. Excellent. There we are. Now we have to wade through every freaking enemy on the map taking their turn. So actually, it looks like the Grimoire there didn't save us any time at all. To think what must be necessary to one-shot these things. I'd have been better off just spending the turns when I had them. I guess I'll know for next time. Good. Junk. Yeah, it's just the drop rate on these seems awful. Wonder if taking off my armor for the RT reduction would... Oh, a fair bit more, Decoy, make no mistake, but... Ah! But even saving time on the battles, Decoy, if the drop rate is still this bad... then that's gonna still be a problem. Okay, that's one down. Although this is now looking like it might be a little smoother. pending RNG cooperating, of course. I can't believe the guy who wrote that wiki page said he didn't need to use the chariot at all for this. That sounds like a lie to me. Alright. However, the battles are definitely going faster with this strategy. Ah, we did get one glass pumpkin. Okay, well, even though the drop rate on the pumpkins is crap... Whoops, I don't want to load. The battles are definitely faster. I wonder if it would even be worth bringing in more people. I guess I'll try just unequipping everyone's armor next turn. There's only the one there now, it looks like. We'll at least try to get the one, and then, I guess we'll leave and I'll re-equip everyone. Alright, you know what? Huh. Ironically, that seems to be working. This might actually end up being doable this way after all. It's so stupid that you have to cheese it like this. That just speaks to how badly designed this quest is, but... Hello, the Fish of War. Welcome. All right, let's see if this doesn't kneecap our attack damage too much. All right, hang on. Okay, so one of them is not present in this battle. Once again, it's only that fairy. So it's the gremlin down here that would drop it. Actually, that's not too much of a penalty to our ranged damage, which means we could potentially just kill this fairy, and if she coughs up an item... Oh, and interesting, it actually, taking off our equipment does in fact decrease our RT enough that we get the first turns And there's another glass pumpkin. Okay, you know what? This might actually work. Decoy, I owe you one for that, for bringing that to my attention. Thank you, because we would have spent a lot of unnecessary time here if you hadn't made me aware of that. Ah, very good, Fish of War. I approve. The good thing is, at least I think, once we finish this quest, we will no longer need to do it again on an alternate story path. We reach her from here. Barely, but we can. Perfect. Yeah, this is, I think, going to work out just fine. Whoops. Except that I attacked the wrong gremlin. It's this one. That drops the glass pumpkin. So I guess at this point, now all we have to worry about is the chariot reroll. Because now everything else we can make more efficient and consistent. Of course, having to abuse the chariot is still irritating and time-consuming, but it's a lot less so than it would have been if I'd just gone about it the way I was doing it. One glass pumpkin. Yeah, Lunar Hiatus, yes. We, I think we're at 4 or 5 pumpkins now out of 30. This way will at least make it possible for me to finish this within the duration of the stream. Asherite, my last action with Vice was watching him get himself killed like a chump when he killed Duke Ronway.
Well, thanks for that.
Salt, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. And thank you for dropping in. I really appreciate seeing you. Have a good rest of your day, Salt. I hope you're doing okay and staying safe and everything. Take care of yourself, and we'll catch you when we catch you. Yeah, Asherite, neutral route. I think this is going to work out okay. Because this way we can just come in, kill these 2 enemies, chariot scum until they both drop items, and then leave. I hate having to retreat, but I guess I'm not even sure if there's any penalty for retreating. And if there is, as long as it's nothing severe, I'm willing to deal with it. Yep, a glass pumpkin. Yeah, Lunar Hiatus, even with this method, 30 is way unreasonable. 10 would have been a bit much, but it would have been much more workable than 30. 30 is ridiculous. Okay, Devilish. Well, in that case, I guess I will bear that in mind when I'm farming enemies for skill scavenging. Asherite, you have to sell 30 glass pumpkins to Deneb before she joins you in order for her to join you with her good class. Hey, Pabe! Good to see you, man. Thank you for dropping in. You're talking about the Eidos anthology, right, Pabe? I saw the tweet about that. She's a witch, Asherite, but yeah. Her. The one who runs the secret shop in Chapter 4. We can reach from this far back, but... No, we can! Alright. Which game, Pabe? Oh, Omicron. Well, you won't have to. I mean, it might be included in the collection, but you're not obligated to touch it. The enemy I need is once again not present down there. But that's no reason not to go for an opportunity on this one. I wish there were a skill or a piece of equipment you could wear that would guarantee that enemies would drop either items or cards. But it looks like 4 people are just enough to get this done before the enemies take any turns. It's not as optimal as the way the wiki describes it, but it's certainly far better than bringing a full party in and having to kill everyone in the battle. And I think I'm starting to see that the
Well, thanks for that.
flying archer was to avoid the mold. Reaper, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate your support, Reaper. Excellent. Even more excellent. No, Radley, it's not. I disabled AI control because I need to be able to command everyone for what I'm doing now. Now, there's another glass pumpkin. We're making progress. We're slowly getting there. At least this isn't like farming gems in Bloodborne, where no matter how much time you spend on it, you just know you're not making any progress. You put in 10 hours a day, and you don't get the gems, so you're no closer than you were when you started. Here, at least, there is some measure of progress. We've got 7. We're about a quarter of the way there. Once again, the gremlin is not there. But it appears the fairy will always spawn. The town Asherite? Yes, I have. You have to unlock Vask in order to get to the Palace of the Dead, because Vask is on the way. Ah, there's number 8. Ah. Oh, you made cupcakes, Decoy. So you're jumping on the baking bandwagon during the quarantine, huh? Really, Asherite? In what way was it less annoying in the SNES version? All right, Pabe, hang in there. Oh, all you had to do was purchase 99 items from her? Any item, Asherite? What the hell? They should have left that. One of the biggest problems I've found with this version so far, Asherite, is that this version, I think, came out in 2005 or 2006, which was during the peak usership of Final Fantasy XI. And there are a number of systems in this game, particularly the crafting system, which were very overtly, obviously influenced by the crafting system in Final Fantasy XI. And it seems as though, for whatever reason, somebody, I don't know if Matsuno or someone else, decided that it was a good idea to incorporate design elements of Japanese super grindy JRPGs, and in fact, Square Enix's own super grindy JRPG. Super grindy MMO JRPG into this game. Well, okay, 2011, Laughing Cat. That's still not too long after the peak usership of Final Fantasy XI. FF11 is still going today, but lots of people were playing it in 2011. So my point still stands. That for whatever reason, it seems like a lot of design elements from the old version of FF11, before they put Yoshi P in charge of fixing it, have found their way into this version of the game, including the, just the asinine, time-wasting, disrespectful quests. Oh, recruit 10 Pumpkinhead familiars? Yeah, that's just as bad, Asherite, as having to gather 30 of these. 10 glass pumpkins, I would have said, okay, you know what? Fine. 30 is too much. Okay. You mean just talk to her with 10 of them in your party, Asherite? Or recruit a total of 10 at different times? I mean, either way, that's still unreasonable, but... Okay, good. Both of the enemies I need are here. Oh no, they're not. Now the other fairy is missing. Okay, I guess the other fairy can just not spawn. Well, as long as at least one of them is present, I can just kill them and leave. It'll take less time to do it this way than it will to reset till they're both here. Yeah, that's what I was asking, Asherite. Okay. So it's slightly less annoying than if you actually had to have 10 in your current party when you get to her. Oh, good. There we go. And see, that I think is number 9. Yep, number 9. Decoy, I don't know that I would call this rapid, but it is at least measurable progress. As in, I can actually quantify the progress that I am making. Oh, okay, the other fairy is not here. Once again. Perfect. Couldn't have asked for a faster result there. Of course, no drop. God, not only does the game use a lot of systems from Final Fantasy XI, just farming for items for a particular rare drop already feels like Final Fantasy XI, like killing rams or dragonflies or crabs over and over and over again. Hoping to get a particular item to drop. And then going for hours and not getting it. Feels like farming notorious monsters or something, like camping Leaping Lizzie in Gustaberg or the Valkyrie Emperor outside Selbina or something. Just constantly killing enemies, trying to get a drop that never shows up. And of course, in Final Fantasy XI, because it was an MMO, well, is an MMO, notorious monsters that dropped rare items were on a respawn timer, some of them as many as 72 hours long. So if you managed to beat the people who are competing with you to claim that monster, who would be camping its spawn point with their bot macros waiting to provoke it before it had even loaded in on your screen, if you managed to beat those people, then it would just not cough up the drop. And you'd have to wait another... Minor notorious monsters, it was a 2-hour respawn timer. But for a lot of the ones that dropped really good items, it would be sometimes 12 or 24 or even 48 or 72 hours till that monster would show up again. And then, usually it had a respawn window. So you had to make an exact note of the time of death, because 2 hours later, that notorious monster might respawn within a 1-hour time window, and you would have to literally patrol its spawn points for that entire hour looking for it. perfect. That's what I like. Yeah, Lunar, they seem to have really doubled down on those time-wasting mechanics after Final Fantasy XI. And I mean, there were a couple of situations where there were egregious time wasters in earlier non-MMO Final Fantasy games. The Pink Tail is one of them. The Thunder Plains is one of them. Stealing in Final Fantasy IX anything from any enemy was one of them. But never before did they do it on the level that they did in Final Fantasy XI. Yeah, Decoy, for cheating. Cheating because the developers failed to design the bosses in such a way. Decoy, you're talking about Pandemonium Warden, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, that was Pandemonium Warden, Decoy, that people weren't supposed to be able to kill it. It was literally just there to waste everyone's time. And then a couple of the major, like the big organized hyper-notorious monster hunting link shells figured out a way to do it anyway. And they got treated like criminals. Because that's just how backwards Square Enix was. Or at least the team running FF11. Yeah, Decoy, I remember. Yeah, it didn't drop anything. It gave nothing. It was just a huge waste of everyone's time, Decoy. Yeah, Tyrannex, it was crap. Asian MMO game design, man, I'm telling you. And that is exactly why I will not play another MMO now. I won't play FF14, I won't play FF11. I don't have time to waste on that nonsense anymore. Oh, I remember hearing similar things about Absolute Virtue, Laughing Cat, but I'm pretty sure Pandemonium Warden was the same way, wasn't it? At least for a while. Artista, their mentality is, it doesn't matter if it's a good idea or not. They are the ones with the vision, and the player has no right to complain. Yoshi P actually addressed that in an interview, I think, when he was asked about, oh good, there's number 10. He was asked about his design philosophy for Final Fantasy XIV and how he was able to make it so much better, or something to that effect. And he low-key threw the original dev team for FF11 under the bus when he kind of talked about how, well, the antiquated attitude for designing Asian MMOs is that the game developer is the one with the creative vision, and the game developer's vision is beyond reproach. Nobody has any right to criticize them or tell them that something about their game is badly designed. And as a result of that, there's no reason the game developer should have to listen to feedback from the community, which the original devs of FF11 never did. It's basically the mentality that We are here to make the game, and you are here to play it. You are not here to tell us how we should make our game. Which is why Final Fantasy XI retains so many of those poor designs for over a decade. And why FF14 had all of those same problems until Yoshi P took it over. Congrats, nobleman. Lunar, he single-handedly saved Final Fantasy XIV, and in so doing, it sounds as though he retroactively saved FF11. Granted, FF11's life cycle is far past its prime now, but better late than never, right? Like, FF14, from what I've seen of it, and from what people I know who play it have told me, it actually sounds like a reasonably good game now, apart from the remaining super grindy Asian RPG, or Asian MMO mechanics that it retains. Decoy, FF14 1.0 absolutely had the same issues FF11 had. It absolutely did. I played FF14 in 1.0. I played it on day one, in fact, and it just felt like playing FF11 all over again with better graphics and a slightly different setting. It had every one of the same problems. And it was designed in very much the same way. Devilish, are you talking about the grind in FF14 now? I imagine you probably are, yeah? Yeah, okay, I was gonna say. Because if that's the case, if it's only for cosmetics or mounts or whatever, then that's nowhere near as bad as having to grind for absolutely everything, like you did in FF11. But FF14 1.0 was like that. There we go. I agree, Sephirios. FF14 would have all the same problems FF11 did, if not for A Realm Reborn and for them reshuffling the lead devs. Devilish, you didn't miss anything by not playing 1.0. You absolutely did not miss anything. One point oh in FF14 was just as bad as FF11 always was, as far as grinding and time-wasting mechanics and not have any respect for the player, either for the player's time or the player's intelligence, the way the dev team of FF11 treated updates and player feedback. Oh, Devilish, you're talking about that special tattoo or whatever it was, right? For the people who played 1.0? Oh, really, Lauriatius? I didn't play 1.0 enough to find that out, but if that's the case, holy hell. Talk about some out-of-touch developers. But that's most Japanese game developers these days, it seems. Some of them are getting better, but their obsession with clinging to tradition and refusing to innovate for fear of uncertainty is really hurting a lot of them. Oh, Decoy, that's awful. That's the freaking worst. Well, Tyrannex, that was the event that Yoshi P came up with, well, he and his team came up with, to transition from 1.0 into A Realm Reborn. It was literally, hey, this game has serious problems, burn it down and start over. And integrate that into the plot, which they actually did surprisingly well. Once again, both enemies I need are not here. I really wish the game would let you skip through these menus faster. Ugh. They not only gave it a good send-off, Lunar, but they also somewhat subtly threw some shade on the original dev team by saying, yeah, this shit you guys made was so bad, there's no fixing it, so we have to burn it down and start from scratch. Well, maybe not completely from scratch, but... Glasscute, I am looking for glass pumpkins for Deneb's side quest. And there are only 3 enemies in this entire fight that drop them, and those enemies are not guaranteed to spawn. Ah, I see one of them. Ah, I see 2. Yeah, Decoy, pretty much. Actually, it looks more to me like I should move my flying units over to the left side. I am glass cute. But once I kill the 2 enemies that drop what I need, there's no reason for me to continue doing the battle. There we go. See, now that I've killed them, there's no reason to stick around. We can just retreat, see what they dropped, and if they dropped it, great. They did. I got a glass pumpkin. I think that's 11 now. 19 more to go. Not necessarily. Time is convoluted. I just need to see how I feel. I'm mainly just taking a break from P5R. And when I feel ready to go back to it, I will. I don't know when that will be. It'll be soon. I'm not going to just shelf it and put it on a back burner forever. But whether or not I'm going to be able to finish this game first, I do not know. I honestly don't even know how much of this game I have left before I finish the current story path, since this is my first time playing it. Definitely appreciate those crits. Hey Gatsby, welcome. Good to see you. Late and early have no meaning for me anymore, Gatsby. It's just a stream. You know? Well, Glasscute, fortunately, in this version of the game, we only, quote-unquote, only need to sell her 30 glass pumpkins. The requirements have changed from the SNES version, according to what people have been telling me about the SNES version. No worries, Asherite. I don't blame you. This is why I was trying to do so much of this stuff off stream. Because I hate grinding on stream because people get bored and leave. But if I don't do this now, I will miss the chance to do it if I advance the story first, so... There are people who tell me, oh no, it's fine, you can do your grinding on stream, but this is the main reason why I try not to. There's another glass pumpkin. Devilish, I meant to ask if you happen to know, does it count if you auction dragons at other shops? Does that still count toward Denib's total? Or do you have to go to her shop specifically to auction them? And do you have to buy the orbs from her shop specifically, or can you buy them from the normal shop too? Yeah, Convoluted, those who don't mind the grind or who just show up for only the banter with chat rather than the gameplay are definitely a minority, it seems. Yeah, Dank Memes, that's why I've been using the AI control for this as much as I can, so that it enables me to focus mostly on chat or entirely. You can auction them anywhere, but you need to buy the orbs from her. Okay, Devilish. Thank you for letting me know. In that case, I guess all the orbs I bought from the regular shop don't count. Crap. Well, live and learn. At least recruiting the dragons is the easy part. I've got plenty of class marks from the dragons I've already auctioned. Yeah, Devilish, that's true. Well, Sam, fusing demons in SMT games is its own sort of grind in a way, right? Because you have to level your protagonist up enough to be able to fuse demons due to the level restriction. And then you also have to have enough money, because fusions cost money in those games. Once again, no pumpkins. Oh, Devilish, you mean these 3 Hydras? I think I've got that covered. Like I said, I try to do as much grinding as I can off stream. Well, Sam, it certainly wasn't a problem in Nocturne that way. And it definitely wasn't in Persona 5. Gatsby, Tactics Ogre is the ancestor of Final Fantasy Tactics. It was directed by Matsuno and everything. It was made by the same team of key developers. And Final Fantasy Tactics' story, as well as its mechanics, were very heavily based on this. Oh, yeah, that's true, Devilish. That is true. At the very least, there seem to be plenty of Hydras in the Palace of the Dead. Another freaking ball of shit. At the very least, glass pumpkins should be a guaranteed drop. Yeah, Sam, Persona 3 did require more of that. I'm really glad they toned it down in the later games. Well, Sam, assuming you blast through every block of Tartarus from beginning to end in one night and don't stop, yeah. Right, Convoluted? Oh, there's another glass pumpkin. I think that's 12. Gatsby, in my personal experience, I have yet to play a game where grinding was enjoyable. Some games just make it more tolerable and bearable than others. And some games are better at integrating it into the gameplay loop than others. In my personal experience, the games that do grinding best are the ones that have the most respect for the player's time and that give you skill-based tools and shortcuts that you can use to mitigate the amount of time you have to spend. Yeah, Decoy, that I think is where I picked up my habit of playing the Persona games with only the protagonist in the party. Because it actually made Persona 3 a lot less annoying using the protagonist and just making him immune to every attack type and being able to actually command him. Glasscute, I think I had to kill Chrysidia. She might be someone who has to be recruited on a different story path. I'm on the normal route right now, and I was not given a choice but to kill her. You mean the equipment I'm getting from these battles, Lunar Hiatus? Yes, I can. That's going to be the only redeeming result of all the grinding I'm doing here. If it's possible later, Glasscute. I don't know if it is. Like I said, this is my first time playing this game. There we go. Oh, you can recruit her in the Chaos route. Okay, Devilish. I did not know that. Oh, right. I kept meaning to... There we go. Like, Gatsby, the grinding in Monster Hunter World, apart from how long it takes to get certain drops, like, gems, the grinding in that game is really well integrated. Neither of the enemies I need is here. Yeah, Decoy. They tried too hard to nerf certain things in Persona 5 Vanilla. They tried too hard to nerf the availability of the classic good Personas like Lucifer. Lucifer was trash in Vanilla. It seems like they've rebalanced a lot of the Personas that were trash. and given them better resistances and made them actually viable. And a lot more personas are viable now anyway. Because of the fusion alarms and it now being possible to max out the stats of any persona as long as you use alarm fusion. So those endgame personas with suboptimal stat distribution that were useless in vanilla because you couldn't maximize their magic or their strength, now they can actually be useful because they can have their stats maxed out via fusion, and a number of them anyway, it seems, have been given better resistances compared to what they had in vanilla. And Sugar Crow, thank you for reaffirming your presence. But please don't hesitate to go get some rest if you're getting tired. And yeah, Gatsby, exactly. If a game is going to have any kind of grinding at all, the grind should enable you to do more of whatever it is that makes the game good to begin with. Ideally, the grind should be engaging and fun, you know? Or at least as engaging and fun as grind can possibly be. I guess that's a debate you could have. You got up at 5 p.m., Sugar Crow? You must have been really tired. Goodness knows I can understand that. There we go. Wow, Sugar Crow, that's a very impressive compliment. Congratulations. It sounds like you did a fantastic job on your homework. I hope it was worth it, though. Yeah, dank memes. I have no longer any sense of the passage of time since I'm working completely from home now, and I only ever have to leave to get groceries. Well, Sugar Crow, that's awesome. I'm glad all your hard work paid off, and that you were properly recognized for it. See, that went perfectly. We got both drops right away. Now watch neither of them be glass pumpkins. Yup. Gatsby, so you're basically, you mean you're out of work now? I'm sorry to hear that. As far as Twitch and Future Press are concerned, I am also self-employed, Gatsby. My day job is a different matter, but... I only really enjoy the work that I do as my own boss. There is nobody I would rather work for than myself. Huh, is that what your homework was about, Sugar Crow? Well, Decoy, that's what I mean by I can work from home completely now. Originally, it was only my day job that required me to go into the office from time to time. And now that everybody who can is working home, that's a non-issue. I get to work from home all the time, which I love. There's another glass pumpkin. How many does that make now? 13, I think? $14. Ah, gotcha, Gatsby. Yeah, I unfortunately still have to work for my pay because my job can be done from home for the most part. So I definitely still have some responsibility. But it's considerably less than I had when I was going in every day, you know? Which is quite all right with me. Because it means I have more time that I can spend here with all of you. And also more time that I can spend doing things like learning new recipes and brushing up on my cooking. Food Lab potatoes? Nobleman, I'm almost afraid to ask what you're talking about. I've never heard of Food Lab potatoes. They sound like some kind of genetically engineered monster made out of potatoes. You can decoy, but personally I don't know that I would recommend it. No freaking pumpkins. Well, Gatsby, that's the spirit, and that's really the way in which you should try to look at it is, yes, it sucks not being able to work, but at the very least, now you have time that you can use to do things like catch up with your friends, or do that remodeling or maintenance around the house you've been wanting to do for years. You know, get some home improvement out of the way. And Gatsby, earlier and during the past couple of streams, we've also talked at different points about how even if you can't afford to buy food, as long as you live in an area where the land is clean and not polluted, you can go out into the wilderness and forage. Which actually is what my mother is doing now. She's been gathering fiddleheads and garlic mustard and making salads and sautés. Saves you having to wait in line at the grocery store for the chance to pick through stuff that's already been mostly bought out. Yeah, Nobleman, fiddleheads are good. Garlic mustard is good. Wild onions are good as well. Back in Connecticut, people called them ramps. They look a little bit like daylily leaves, but they have a very obvious oniony smell to them. And those are really good foraging as well. You do, nobleman, but it's very easy to prepare them as long as you're careful. Excellent. There's another glass pumpkin, so that's 15. Halfway there. Yeah, Gatsby, if you're someplace close to nature, it's always nice to just go out and enjoy the sunlight and the fresh air and the bird songs and whatnot. Oh, you've been talking about foraging, what, you and your family, Gatsby? Because, yeah, now more than ever, foraging is a genuinely practical and useful skill. Oh, that sucks, Sugar Crow. I'm sorry to hear that. What are they building? Another house? Oh, Gatsby, just, I mean, make sure you do your research really carefully. Do your reading, and if possible, take a course, if there are any courses offered, either near you or online, Gatsby. Because you don't want to eat the wrong mushroom. I would be very sad if you were to just disappear for that reason, or for any reason. So please, make sure to do your research and take proper care of yourself. But as long as you're willing to do that, yeah, foraging is a really, really excellent way to supplement your diet with nice, fresh vegetables. And if you've got a place where you can go fishing, Gatsby, if there's some place where fishing is legal and the water is clean, fishing is also a nice way to supplement your diet. Yeah, Nobleman, there are really good field guides available for wild mushrooms in particular, and for wild plants in general. I've done a bit of foraging myself, but I always stay away from mushrooms. And unfortunately, now that I live in Berlin, I can't really do much foraging because there's very little in the way of wild edible plant life here. Ah, only one of them is here. Does she, Dank Memes? She's probably pretty well versed in it, though, right? Aha! GG. Nobleman, GG. I never experienced that personally, Gatsby, but there are some herbal remedies using foraged plants that do genuinely work because those plants actually have medicinal compounds in them. Dang Memes, it's possible that she does enjoy collecting them more than eating them. Some people forage to survive or to supplement their diet. Others just forage for fun. I know a couple of people who go out into the countryside to forage, Dank Memes, and then they bring what they forage back to local restaurants and basically sell their forage to the restaurants. And then the restaurants advertise, yeah, this stuff is professionally foraged, all natural, no pesticides. And it's kind of a new thing for restaurants to be complete forage restaurants. It's a really cool oh, there's number 16. Gatsby, you... I don't know quite what you're trying to say there. You can't exactly catch and release a mushroom. Well, I mean, I guess theoretically you could catch the mushroom and then go replant it somewhere else. I could ask you the same thing, Jin. Only one of them is here this time. Yeah, Dank Memes, which also raises the interesting point that if you forage to sell what you find, you can possibly potentially use that as a way of helping support yourself if you don't have other work. Okay, now they're both here. There we go, there's one. And there's two. Beautiful. That's the way I like it. Nice and simple. And quick. Of course, the drop rate is definitely still problematic. At the very least, if nothing else, even if I'm not able to finish this on stream tonight, I can probably get it finished before tomorrow so we can actually make some story progress tomorrow. Ah, there's number 17. God, this is the slowest, most miserable. But I guess at the very least, we are making progress. Oh, yeah, Dank Memes, that looks quite distinctive. As long as there are no actual poisonous mushrooms around that look like that one, Dank Memes, I guess it's a fairly safe bet. Because in some situations, there are poisonous mushrooms in a particular area that look very similar to edible ones, and people have died from getting them mixed up. Oh, decoy. I'm glad somebody else here is old enough to remember that old meme. Huh. I guess several people are. Oh, excellent. 2 glass pumpkins. Finally. Now I'm starting to feel like we're making progress. So that puts us at what, 19? Yeah, 19. Nobleman, I need 30. I have 19, so we have about 11 to go. We're almost 2/3 of the way there. Huh. Yeah, Gatsby. I remember watching that stuff on the school computers, too. Back when the school didn't have anybody to police their computers to make sure the students weren't browsing things they shouldn't be browsing. God, we used to use Napster on the school computers so much. We might as well have called our school media center the Pirate Bay. Oh no, Saphirios! What an unfortunate way to have to find that out. No problem, Mortiferu, thank you, and good night, take care of yourself. Rest well. Amazing, Saphirios. Dank memes, ones that just taste bad or that are only mildly toxic. Because, yeah, you don't want to get either kind. Alright, 20. 2/3 of the way there, 10 more to go. Well, Saphirios, if you made them sit through that for that long, I guess I can understand them wanting out. Or is it because they made you sit through it? Welcome back, Empress. Okay, well, that's good. I'll take that. They taste bad, but they're different. Okay, gotcha, dank memes. Well, it's always helpful if the bad tasting or poisonous ones are easy to identify. Ah, very good, Empress. That was yesterday for me. Did my grocery shopping yesterday, or some of it anyway. There's still stuff I need. Oh, very good, Empress. I'm glad you were able to get some ground beef. A lot of the meat in supermarkets here is being bought out. People are just hoarding it. Yeah, Gatsby. Takes you back, doesn't it? Wow, Sephirios, that was terrible of them. Sephirios, I guess you can add that to the very large pile of reasons why I don't drink and will never touch alcohol. It seems to be about as bad as I'm hearing it is in other countries, Gatsby, yeah. People are just really susceptible to panic, no matter where or who they are. Granted, I think those who are better educated are probably a little bit more restrained about what they buy. But panic buying is happening even in affluent neighborhoods where you would think people have access to a good enough education to know better. So maybe the cost of your education doesn't matter so much as people like to say it does. Because I live in a fairly affluent neighborhood, albeit I live in a very rundown apartment in that neighborhood. And even here, grocery stores are pretty much bought out. Certain items more than others. Of course, everyone wants their treats even during a quarantine, so all the frozen pizza, all the ice cream, all the potato chips, and pre-packaged prepared food, that stuff is all gone. Because no one wants to give up convenience. But plenty of vegetables left. Nobody's eating those. Or at least nobody's buying them out in a panic. Nobody seems very concerned that they're not going to get enough vegetables. Meat, though. Meat is getting bought out quite a bit as well. With what, Empress? Oh, there's another pumpkin. Oh, vegetables. Yeah, Empress. I think a lot of people just don't want to eat vegetables. They complain about there being nothing left in the stores, but then they're like, I don't want to eat carrots and celery. Whereas, fortunately for me, even if everything else is bought out, I know how to use carrots and celery. You know, I know how to cook them and prepare them in ways that are actually appetizing. so I get to not starve. Anything put in front of you that doesn't require a syringe, Zephirios? I don't think I've ever heard of any food that requires a syringe in order for you to consume it. Ah, there's another pumpkin. Excellent. I agree, Jin. Honey on carrots does not work. I will tell you, however, that maple syrup on carrots absolutely does. My recipe for carrots, Jin, which was passed down to me by my grandmother on my father's side, which I think she learned from her mother, actually, is carrots, butter, a pinch of salt, maple syrup, and fresh tarragon, or dried tarragon if you don't have fresh. And you reduce the carrots with the butter and maple syrup in just a little bit of water to tenderize them, and you add the fresh tarragon at the end. Or if you're using dry tarragon, you add it during the reduction process to reconstitute it. Oh, were you around when I talked about that, Jin? Yeah. It's weird, isn't it, how maple syrup can work so well on carrots, but honey kinda doesn't? Oh, it's fantastic, Radley. It works brilliantly well with the carrot's natural sweetness, especially when they've been cooked. My grandmother's recipe calls for the carrots to be simmered, but you can also make a maple syrup glaze and roast the carrots. Which works just as well, in my opinion. It is one gigantic dungeon crawl, Murasame. It's 100 floors. However, there are a few floors mixed in there that do have story battles. This is, I think, mainly meant to be a post-game dungeon, though, Murasame. It just happens to open up and become accessible earlier than the post-game. Ah, fennel is good, Gatsby. I like fennel. Breadcrumbed, like breaded fennel? Gatsby with chili and lime. The chili and lime sound good. I don't think I've ever heard of fennel being breaded. But that's an interesting idea. I like roasted fennel. And I've had pretty good sautéed fennel before as well. I don't use it too much in my own cooking because it's kind of hard to find. A lot of the local grocery stores just don't carry it regularly. I've seen it on occasion at nicer, higher-end stores, like Reva and Al Natra, but even then it's hit or miss whether they'll actually have it, and I don't have too many opportunities to use it. Is it, Lunar? Whereabouts do you live, if you don't mind my asking? I was gonna say, Nobleman, are you thinking of dill? Because traditionally, well, red borscht anyway, not the cream... Well, I guess also possibly the cream stuff uses dill, not fennel. Texas, okay, Lunar. Yeah, that explains it. A lot of the southern states in America seem to really enjoy their root vegetables. I think it has to do with the history of cultivation of those kinds of vegetables there. Because in New England, where I used to live in Connecticut, fennel was fairly uncommon in the grocery stores there too. But the local crops, stuff like corn and squash, those were everywhere. So to an extent, I think it just depends on what's popular in that particular region. In Connecticut, we got lots of corn, we got lots of squash, we got cucumbers, lots of apples. Apples were really popular. They're a pretty big crop in New England. All different kinds of apples, and all the bakeries would usually have apple pie. And pumpkin pie, for that matter. Cellar chicken, Waltz Queen. That has the sound of a pub sort of dish. Oh, okay. Lots of root vegetables. Chicken. That's an interesting idea, Waltz Queen. What do you use to season it? Do you use any herbs or anything? Or, like any vinegar or brine? Empress, it's funny you mention that because I've seen enchiladas on sale in grocery stores, like frozen enchiladas, for $6 or $7 a package that have almost the same list of ingredients to what you're describing. Empress, have you ever made a salsa with tomatillos? Because if you like to put stuff on your tostadas, a really nice homemade tomatillo salsa is one of the best things you can use, like a salsa verde. You should try it. Typically, it just uses tomatillos, onions, like a nice apple cider vinegar, and some seasonings. Oh yeah, anchos and chipotles, Empress, never go amiss in a good salsa, especially smoked ones. Good, I'm glad. It sounds like you're already on top of your game when it comes to salsa. Yeah, Asherite, you can thank Square Enix for that. Although I might take a quick break soon for some food, Asherite, because I'm getting kind of hungry. Empress, are you serious about that? Like, genuinely? You made some salsa to sell for parties? Oh, college. Okay. Yeah, when you're in college, I guess you gotta earn a little extra scratch however you can. I'm just glad you did it selling salsa and not drugs. Then again, Empress, I think it would have been hilarious if you'd thrown some smoked anchos and chipotles rather, into the dime bag. I don't know, Murasame, what if they are? Huh. The Salsa Man. Now there's a title. The salsa dealer. There you go. Well, hey, it might not have been much, but at least it was honest work. Oh God, Waltz Queen. Dorito cream. No, Pickler Tickler, I never had a chance to play the original Ogre Battle. This is the first game in the series that I've ever tried. Law or chaos endings that I like in games with an alignment system. Not that I can call to mind off the top of my head, Murasame. I haven't actually played too many games that use those kinds of systems. In fact, pretty much the only ones I have that I can think of off the top of my head are Fallout, and I guess by extension, The Outer Worlds, and the SMT games. And among those, I don't really have any Law or Chaos endings that particularly stand out to me. That's what I like, a battle that's over in one turn. Oh, yeah, Pickler, I'm not fond of those kinds of systems. I hate when basic game mechanics that are required to play the game depend on RNG. It's one of the reasons I've bounced off of Darkest Dungeon up to now, is having things that are just out of your control that are integral to the flow of the game. And don't get me wrong, I think Darkest Dungeon is really well designed for that. But it's just something that I personally find difficult to enjoy in games. Yeah, see, that was the perfect result. We can get more battles like that. Now, the actual perfect result would be 2 pumpkins, but... now we got 1. Honestly, I'll take that. That's good enough. Oh, screw that, nobleman. Ugh. You want to talk about some nightmare fuel. Sonic dreams, man. Seven more pumpkins to go. Oh, that's awful, Decoy. Yeah, and losing progress is like my kryptonite. I cannot stand losing progress. It's just such an awful feeling, you know? Like, in games like this, you get attached to particular units that you put a lot of time and effort into. And when a game makes a point of taking that away from you on the basis of RNG, that isn't even under your control, to me, that just feels rotten. I can't stand that. Do not enjoy that feeling at all. Well, don't spoil anything for me, Asherite. We'll get there. I probably will stream the Lawful Path in this game eventually, and probably also Chaos at some point, because I do enjoy it enough. It does, Murasame, but even if you do, your backup units are never going to be as good as your main units. You know, and it gets so tedious having to train 3 times the team you need just so that you can rotate people out. Dupe items in which game, Pickler? This game, or do you mean Darkest Dungeon? Or are you talking about Ogre Battle? No, Gadsby, I bounced off D&D really hard. The lack of any visual references with D&D, the fact that it's a tabletop game, makes it unplayable to me. I can't. I need the visuals. My imagination is not good enough to be able to enjoy that kind of game just on pen and paper and sitting around a table. I need the actual visual and audio elements of standard video games, you know? I've tried, Gatsby. I have tried. Back when I was in summer camp, years and years ago when I was 12, some of the guys in my bunk were into D&D, and I tried playing it a little bit with them, but I just couldn't get into it. And I haven't been able to in all the years since. Yeah, Stygian, but that's the point, is it's still really RNG based. It's risk based, and if you play it safe, you don't make any progress. I don't mind gameplay that's risk-based, but there are some consequences that I would rather deal with than others. Welcome back, Monotone. We've got 23 of these damn pumpkins. We need 7 more. No, I can read books, Murasame. I've done a ton of reading over my lifetime. But it turned out that when the internet and video games came into being, I ended up doing most of my reading online rather than in books. I do not, however, enjoy card games. I just don't find them engaging. Ah, well, how about that? 25 pumpkins. That's 2 more. The thing is, Murasame, I don't read for fun. I don't read to entertain myself. I have many other much more effective ways of doing that. I read to learn. I read out of personal interest and passion and a desire for knowledge, not for entertainment. I don't read fictional books, Murasame. I have no interest in them. Even when I was young, even when I was a kid, when I was in grade school, the only books I would read that were not required classroom reading were reference books. I would read encyclopedias, you know, dictionaries. I would read books on industrial processes, books on, you know, agriculture and land cultivation and gardening and computer sciences, such as they were in the 80s and 90s. I don't read fiction at all, Murasame, no. Fiction books bore me to death. Hey, Orion, welcome! Murasame, the thing is, I have been required to read fiction books for school. You know, all the way from preschool, well, not preschool because we couldn't read in preschool, but we were read to in preschool. But all the way from preschool up to 12th grade, all the way through my senior year of high school, we were assigned fiction books for various classes, usually English or literature classes. And they just bored me to sleep. Maybe it was just because we were only allowed to pick from a limited selection of books. And we also had to do book reports on them, which I resented because they were invariably just busy work and a waste of my time. But I don't know, maybe it's because of that to at least some extent, but I've never enjoyed reading fiction. I would rather learn something useful from a book. I'd rather learn how to prepare a new recipe or, you know, something that I can apply in some practical, meaningful way. Video games, and ever since it came into existence, streams, interactive entertainment, are my preferred form of amusement. Yeah, Devilish, book reports are literally just wasteful, busy work. They're an utter waste of time. And I eventually ended up, because all the teacher would ever ask was, do a report on the book, tell me how the author feels. First of all, the author has been dead for 100 years. How am I supposed to know how they felt back then, when times were so different that I can't even grasp what society was like when this book was written? And second of all, why should I care? So I would just make something up. I would just, I would write what one of my social studies teachers used to call verbal diarrhea, or in that case, literary diarrhea. I would just crap a bunch of words onto the page in some semblance of order and just make something up about how the author's dark history must have meant that they were in terrible pain while they were writing this book. And I'd get A's every time, which just went to show that the teacher wasn't even reading carefully what she had asked us to write. And when the teacher makes clear that they're not putting the time in to pay attention to what you write, that just reinforces the idea that you shouldn't take the work seriously, and that it's a waste of time, and that if the teacher doesn't care, well, why the hell should you? So take every shortcut to avoid wasting time on it that the teacher clearly isn't interested in putting in. Waltz Queen, one of the saddest things about America's public education system was that the first crucial skill I learned in elementary school, even as early as 4th, 5th, 6th grade, was the art of bullshitting an assignment. It's not something they go out of their way to teach you. It's something you have to figure out on your own. But once you realize that the system is bullshit, and most of the work you're doing is just there to waste your time and keep you occupied till the end of the school day, once you realize that, once you realize how little respect the system has or individual teachers have, then the next place your brain tends to go, once you've come to that realization, is, all right, well, how do I write something on this assignment that the teacher will accept while putting in the minimal amount of effort and wasting as little time as possible doing so? And sometimes it would depend on the individual teacher. Different teachers had different quirks and different personalities, where there were certain things that some teachers would accept that others wouldn't. So it was somewhat related to getting to know the individual teacher and how much attention they were actually paying, and what sorts of things they considered acceptable and what sorts of things they didn't. But once you got that down, bullshitting an assignment was as simple as just stringing some words together into a halfway coherent sentence, doing that about 20 times, getting 20 sentences or so, a couple of paragraphs. And the teacher would usually pay more attention to something that was written in neat handwriting and that filled up the page and that looked like it had visually had effort put into it in terms of the appearance of the writing, rather than the actual content or substance of the writing. In more cases than not, when I bullshitted an assignment, as long as I wrote at least a full page worth of bullshit, meaningless paragraphs in pretty, neat, legible handwriting, I think the subliminal idea that because the handwriting was neat, the actual content must be substantive would be enough that the teacher would just accept it. See, Waltz Queen, I was only ever willing to try if it was a subject I cared about or that was relevant to me. If it was something I was being forced to do, or if I knew my time was deliberately being wasted, I would not waste any more effort on the assignment than the teacher was spending on writing the assignment. Devilish, you say that, but there are genuinely good teachers out there. And there were a few teachers whom, because they actually put in the effort to build a relationship with me, see, we come back to this subject again, Devilish. Because they made the effort to build a relationship with me and to show me why it was important for me to care about what they were trying to teach, those teachers gave me a reason to care enough about the assignments to put in the effort. I know, Devilish, I'm just saying, don't throw all teachers under the bus. Because I've been on both ends of that. I've been on the receiving end of some absolutely horrible class instruction and supervision. But I've also been on the institutional end of trying to provide good instruction and mentorship. And I've seen a lot of good teachers from both ends of that you know, both sides of that wall who've tried their best and who've done a genuinely good job. See, Murasame, I would do that, but if it was an assignment I didn't care about or a teacher I had no reason to respect, I would use those little nuggets of evidence and just play them up and milk them and capitalize them for as many, you know, as high a word count as I possibly could. You know, I would just expand upon them in meaningless, meandering ways and dress it up as careful analysis. And 7 or 8 times out of 10, the teacher would eat it up. I'm not proud that I had to do that. I would rather have done something meaningful with my class time. But there are some teachers who only handed out those kinds of assignments. It was just busy work in their classes. And in those cases, if nothing else, handling those assignments that way bought me extra time in class to sleep, which I desperately needed. There's another pumpkin. I know, Devilish, I'm not accusing you specifically. I'm just saying in general, in response to your snarky comment. All right, I've lost count of how many. $28. We only have 2 more. Yeah, Murasame, but the teacher is the one who writes the curriculum. The school requires the curriculum to include certain things, but it's usually, if not always, up to the teacher to determine what those things are. Other than in private schools, which, if you're talking about like private schools that deal with religion, those schools have an agenda of stacking and manipulating what they teach anyway, most of the time. But I'm talking in a free education system where somebody somewhere actually cares about teaching real, useful, truthful information. All right, let's see. There's one. That's 29. Yeah, Gatsby, I found that once I got to college, it was a lot easier to cut out the busy work. Because some of my professors at college would just flat out say, all right, listen, guys, the written work is there for those who need the extra study. And it wasn't even necessarily a case of shuffling the responsibility onto students, although there were a couple of teachers who did that in college. But the good instructors in college would say, all right, look, the written work is there for you if you need the review. But if you're confident on the material, all you have to do is show up to the tests and pass them, because the tests are the only graded portion of the class. And I aced those portions of the class. Or rather, I aced those classes because I was able to do all my studying at home from the comfort of my own office. I was able to either take my books home or study online, depending on which trip to college we're talking about. And I did all of it independently. You know, I would much rather work independently, show up for the tests, you know, take them, pass them, and be done with it. I did so much better in that environment than when I had to sit in class for hour after hour for lectures I didn't need or didn't care about for no reason other than that attendance was part of the grade. Teachers who have the respect for their students not to grade on attendance are my heroes. And granted, not everybody learns well that way. You know, that the super independent learning style is not for everyone. Obviously, some people need more support. Some people prefer more interaction with the professor or with the other students. But for me, being able to cut out as much of the unnecessary social interaction as possible and as much of the class time as possible was the best thing that ever happened to me for education. And you don't really get to do that in high school unless you have special accommodations made for you on the basis of a special need. Yeah, Murasame, some school districts are stricter about it than others. And depending on what type of school it is or where it is, they may have an agenda of teaching or deliberately not teaching certain subjects or topics. Ha! Yeah, Murasame, I was that guy. If it was a lecture I was interested in, I would attend. But if I had the option not to, and it was something I was already confident on the material for, you would not see me at the lecture. Yeah, you're telling me, Devilish. A large part of what I used to have to do, Devilish, back when I was working with the autism organizations, was advocacy. Like, we would actually have to go into some of our clients' schools and explain to the teachers or to the faculty or the administrators or whoever was being problematic, no, look, there is a medical reason, there is a neurological or cognitive reason why this student needs this accommodation, and you are legally obligated to provide it. Either under IDEA or whichever other, 504 or whatever other legislation provided for accommodations for special needs students. We had to actually go into schools and have those conversations with teachers at times. Yeah, exactly, Warrior, exactly. When you're graded on attendance or in-class assignments, but the lectures are just a bunch of sitting around and nothing useful gets taught or done. And I usually found that those sorts of teachers, Warrior, were the ones who only required people attend their classes because the professor enjoyed hearing themselves talk. Those were usually the egotistical windbag professors that had a whole lot of nothing to say and really only enjoyed being up on the soapbox. Yeah, exactly, Murasame. The whole idea of, yeah, wake up at 6 a.m., get to class by 8, so that we can literally talk about the stuff you read in the book last night. Screw that. Don't waste my time. If all we're going to do in class today is a review, let me stay home and sleep. I read the chapter, I understand the material. You don't need to drill it into my head that much. I'm not going to forget it in 3 days when you test us on it. There's number 30. Good bloody riddance. And now... Now it's time to go recruit some dragons. Yeah, Devilish. I can. All right. Ah, can't use hammers though, huh? There we go. Wait a minute. Okay, we've got 6. All right. I wonder why sorting by ranged attack does not actually, or auto-equipping by ranged attack does not actually prioritize the items that give you the most ranged attack. Good night, Gatsby. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a good one. Take care. All right, we've got 6 archers and 6 dragoons. We are going to need some draconology for this, I think. Begin draconology. There we go. Because this will give us a significant attack boost against dragons. Yeah, Decoy, by forcing everyone to be up so early and stay out so late. In some ways, Decoy, quarantine is the best thing that's happened to people who are being overworked. Because for better or worse, now everyone has to stay home. Yes, Glasscute, I did. it is problematic that Dragoon cannot wear or cannot use axes. Or hammers, rather. It might be that we have to... Might be that we have to rearrange things a little bit. Oh, Archer can't use Dodge 4, huh? All right. Actually, we're going to need to make room for Tame. I haven't forgotten, Sugar Crow, don't worry. Good looking out, though. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Recruit and coax, but no tame. Well, we can fix that. We can just switch to Beastmaster and learn it. Unfortunately, it looks as though you're going to have to use the Dragon Axe for this. And we're going to need all the worm scale stuff as well for the Draconology boost. I wish we could use the hammer or something, but we don't have the ability to wear hammers as Dragoon. So we'll just have to settle with the 3 Draconology boosts instead of 4. Whoops. Okay. Sign. We've got Tame. You know what I mean, Decoy. Equip a hammer. English. Hopefully this will be enough. First things first, we're going to save. And now we are going to check... going to check for Deneb's shot. I think this should do it. Yes, here we are. Sell item. You had damn well better be worth it, Deneb. Oh, and look at this. 5 goth each. Amazing. So you get shit money out of it, too. Freaking thanks. So now I need to figure out which Hydra I want to keep. I think it's Iamos I want to keep. So we will go to the shop. We will auction... Wow, Devilish! Okay, so we can get rid of... Because I think we've already sold 1 Hydra. Holy hell. These are some pretty solid rewards. I know, Devilish, but I think I already sold her a Hydra previously. Nobleman, it's kind of ambiguous. They might be. They don't actually talk, Decoy. It's showing their thoughts. And their thoughts are not necessarily actual verbal. Like, what you see in parentheses there, you can't take as literal words, because they're not capable of speech. How sapient they are, though, is another matter, and one that, again, is kind of ambiguous. Yeah, Devilish, which means that we now need to go here and get some dragons, which I've just set everyone up for. However, before we do that, I need to go eat something. So we're going to take a 15-minute break for some food. And I'm going to go get some food, and I recommend you all use this opportunity to do the same thing. Or to make use of the restroom if you need to. Okay, Decoy, good night to you. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll catch you next time. For everybody else, I will be back in 15 minutes.
Well, thanks for that.
Alright, I am back. Thank you all for your patience, and I apologize for the additional delay. I also apologize that once again the playlist has stopped. I really hate that YouTube does that now. Just one more way in which they've made their platform worse. Ishida, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. I'm holding up, Ishida. I honestly am doing quite alright, thank you. How about you? How have you been? I hope everything is well with you, Ishida. I hope you're staying safe and keeping decently occupied. Alright, let me just get myself situated here, guys. Oh, Ishida, you mean you actually caught the virus? Or actually its effects caught up with you in terms of the economy? I hope it's only, quote-unquote, only that you have no work. I hope you didn't actually catch it. Effects caught up, gotcha. I'm sorry to hear that, Ishida. Is your job, refresh my memory, Ishida, you do something technical, right? You work with computers or programming? Is that not something you can do from home? Or are you a contract worker? You build electrical distributors, okay. Yeah, I guess that's tricky. Yeah, Empress, it's probably not a bad idea to have some contingencies available just in case. You know, some resumes and job applications ready to send. Yeah, fair enough, Ishida. I wasn't sure if you had a workshop at your home or something where you could build stuff and then ship it out, but I guess not. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, or I hope you feel better. I hope you're at least staying home and taking good care of yourself. I am all right, thanks, Oro. In my case, I've escaped pretty much any negative impact of this whole thing other than all the grocery stores being bought out and the fact that because I live in a big city, I can't really go forage any edible plants in my backyard to make up the difference. But other than that, being able to work from home is fantastic, and I'm certainly not short on work. Not to mention, streaming really helps with that. Streaming has helped to both keep me sane by giving me some, modicum of social contact with my community, and also it's helped me pay the bills, which is tremendously helpful in and of itself, so... I honestly, Oro, I feel kind of guilty about it, but I've come out ahead of this whole thing. Yeah, Ishida, not having any work definitely sucks, even if you're not in immediate danger of losing your job. You're going back, Oro? I really, again, I hope you feel better by the time it's time for you to go back. Make sure and take care of yourself and get plenty of rest so that you're in top form when the time comes to go back in. Yeah, Sam, in your case, you've lucked out with school being out till September. Sam, you're also lucky that your schools aren't trying to do what schools here in Germany are doing, where... And the education system here, I guess, has always been backward and problematic like this for a long time. But, I guess due to the traditionalist conservative forces in our government, they want schools now to get back in session as soon as possible, coronavirus be damned, and they want to now count the time that students here have already been out of school as their summer vacation, at least in some parts of Germany, in certain states. In Bavaria, at least, they're trying to do that. Lots of people in the US do, Oro, but not everyone in the US has internet, or good enough internet to support online classes. Yeah, Sam, it's the most backwards, stupid, boomer league, idiotic, asinine policy, but there are at least parts of Germany where people are trying to do it. Yeah, case in point, Ishida lives in Germany as well, and... Yeah, Hazard, it's the stupidest. After Germany did so well with the lockdown, after we were right on top of that really early on, and we minimized the number of cases, we got everyone in quarantine right away. Now, the educational authorities are just trying to undo all of that and send kids back to school when the danger is far from past. So be glad you don't live here, Sam. Oh, okay, Ishida. Well, I'm glad to hear in Rhine-Westphalia your politicians and school authorities are a little smarter. Bavaria does kind of have a reputation for being backward. Yeah, Stygian, it's really just disheartening to see that level of either stupidity or just blatant disregard for the well-being of the general public, but here we are. Yeah, I guess, Ishida, but then again, that's a lot of different parts of Germany. People in the former East and West Germany still refer to each other that way sometimes. All right. What do I want to do here? We need to get past the first battle. In order to get to the dragons, so... You know, actually, my unaffiliated units should be able to handle this fairly well. Yeah, Canopus, Emmanuel, Mirden, and Hobrin, I think. Okay, yeah, Hobrim. Mirden. Emmanuel. And Canopus. Really, Oro? That's ridiculous. Just unbelievable. Oh, actually, and Denim can participate in this because his affiliation doesn't matter. Yeah, Denim is good to go. Oberyn is good to go. And actually, we can set everybody with dodge. Because we're not going to be recruiting anybody here. Actually. It is, Empress. And it's a tricky matter because there are some people who literally will starve if they stay out of work any longer. And for those people, it's understandable that they'd be desperate to get back in. For them, it kind of ends up being an impossible choice between risk getting the coronavirus or starve to death. With those people, I sympathize. But the people who can afford to continue abiding by the lockdown, who are doing all right, and just don't want to because boo-hoo, it's inconvenient, those are just as complicit in perpetuating the spread of the virus as anyone mongering false information or political propaganda about the whole issue, you know? And even then, some countries are doing more than others to help their starving citizens. Now, some countries are giving their citizens as much as $2,000 a month to live on. Meanwhile, other countries like the US, for example, gave their citizens a one-time payment of $1,200, and all the rest of the money went to big businesses. So, national priorities vary. Alright, so who do I want? I want Denim, Hobrim, and these three. There we go. Alright, and these guys, I think I can just set to AI, because it doesn't matter who I kill here. Everybody can just die. Let's just check, actually. Wand of Earth. Yeah, the Wand of Earth might be worth trying to get, but not going out of my way to try to get. Nobody has any skills. Okay, yeah. We'll just AI it. There are malintent, but without coordinated effort on a federal level, there's only so much those people can do. And without getting into it, all I'm going to say is that some countries are making more effort on the federal level to act like they give a damn than others are. I always hate the mages that have earth spells, because they usually have the Petrifog ability, which is quite annoying to deal with. Yeah, malintent. In Japan, it actually works out really well because of their collectivist mentality. The idea of putting society before yourself. You see that a lot in Japan during earthquakes and other natural disasters, malintent, where because of that collectivistic mentality, people are less prone there to panic buying, because their first thought is not, I need to survive by screwing everyone else over. It's everybody will survive if I only take what I need. There are other inherent issues that are problematic with that mentality, malintent, but when it really matters for people to pull together and support each other, it can be a helpful thing. Well, we didn't get the Earth Staff that guy had, but we did get an enchanted feather, which is helpful. Although actually, Denim does not have enough skill points to learn Tactician. Blast it. I guess I'll have to level the others up a little bit. Or do some work on their skills, but... The main reason we are here is because we need to go to the Field of Fallen Snow. There we go. And we need to recruit some dragons. Oh. Damn it, I forgot to take these idiots off of AI. Okay. Ah, we can do some actual damage to him by throwing rocks. Perfect. Wait. Oh. Oh, come on. There we go. This is the absolute stupidest. Normally there can be a few more dragons here than just what's around, but... One damage. Amazing. Did I forget to equip a skill or something? No, it's just... It's just that apparently this amount of Draconology skill isn't enough to do any damage to these guys. Get out of here. There we go. Wait a minute. What is everybody blocking with? Did I... Okay, I guess you can block with a two-handed weapon. I didn't realize that. Dragons are so tanky. So damn tanky. Alright. This... Ha! Dear God. Come on. Sam, I'd be interested to hear what your experience is with Final Fantasy Adventure. I never played it, but I've heard mixed things about it, and I'm curious as to where the truth actually is. Come on, damn it. Alright, fine then. Yeah, Ishida, it's understandable under the circumstances that you'd finish the game faster than you anticipated. Isn't it, Sam? Isn't it silly? There we go. Alright, let's see how much damage a level 1 axe skill will do with Dragon Slayer. A respectable amount. So it looks like this is basically just designed so that you need Dragon Slayer. Or else you need to just use weapon skills in order to have a you know, chance in hell of killing dragons. Tell you what, that tactician ability is super helpful. Gee, and those were way before Sam's time. You have to remember how young he is. The Super Game Boy is legacy tech. Got him. And now we can petrify this idiot. Kill this one. And we've got some dragons. Ah. There was Stygian. I guess that's probably a little bit newer. The GameCube is still going back a fair ways, though. Oh, good. We got a skill rank up. I wonder what skill that was. Oh, I guess it was axes. Definitely wasn't anatomy. There. Now we just kill time. And wait. Yeah, this guy can poison us all he wants, but... won't be able to do a damn thing. Actually. Ah! Him running away, however, is problematic. So it would be better if we could keep him petrified for another turn or two. Yeah, I was gonna say, Sam, that seems a little bit more your generation. I don't think we're going to be able to surround this guy because he can fly, but... we can definitely ensure that when he wakes back up, we are ready for him, or that he won't wake back up. I love how he's even willing to poison himself if it means being able to poison us. What a dumbass. And I guess the fact that he's flying doesn't prevent him... Oh, he's considered floating, not flying. Okay, that's why. And he's gonna stun himself in order to stun everyone around him. What a moron. The single-mindedness of this game's AI is just ludicrous. Well, Sam, you turned 17 this year, right? So when I attempt to do the math, which is not something I'm gonna, do very accurately, but yeah, pretty much, Jin. But yeah, the math there adds up, Sam, that it makes sense it would be the Wii and the DS that you and your friends were mostly using. There we go. Rock to the face. Just what he deserved. Yeah, Sam, it's around that age that you start being able to really appreciate video games. Too much younger, and it's... kids younger than that don't really understand them. Actually, while I'm thinking of it... we should have a whole bunch of junk. That we can sell now. Yeah, this is a nice chunk of change. Anything else? Those don't sell for anything. No, then I think we're good. Would that be paid work, Empress, or just something you'd be doing for fun? Oh, I see, Empress. Sticking it to the establishment, huh? Well, I won't try to dissuade you from doing that. Hey, good on her, Empress. I hope the essay that you write does her justice. Denim. Oops. And Hobrin, wherever the hell he is. There he is. Hello, so much more than Jake. Welcome. If it's warmth you're seeking, I hope you find yourself comfortable here. Pull up a chair, grab a hot beverage, point the space heater at your feet, and make yourself at home. Yeah, Sam, but a lot of people did that back in the day. When the original Super Mario Brothers game first came out, not long after that was when I first played it. And I was a dumb kid at the time. I picked up the game at like 5 years old. Had trouble figuring out what all the buttons did. And walked right into the first Goomba in stage 1-1. Because I was just a dumb kid and I didn't understand. Now here I am playing complicated JRPGs. I don't know whether I've advanced or regressed since then. Well, Sam, it's got to be on an official record somewhere. I don't remember exactly when. But I'm sure it has an official release date. Oh, Ishida, you mean the SNES Zelda? You're talking about Link's Adventure? The only Zelda game until Wind Waker when Link was shown to have any biological family? Or, I mean, not Link's Adventure, I'm sorry. I think that was Zelda 2. I mean A Link to the Past. That's the one, the SNES one. There are so many Zelda games now. I think the only video game franchises that rival it for number of installments are Dragon Warrior and, well, Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. There's got to be one somewhere, Sam. I'm sure if we search enough, we'd find it. Someone at Nintendo must have access to that information, if nothing else. Ishida, I think you're thinking of the cutscene with Saria when he leaves Kokiri Forest for the first time. And they do hint at that there. No, so much more than Jake. I am playing the PSP version of this game on a PS TV. I seem to be one of the few people in the world who own PS TVs. I immediately got mine as soon as it came out because I knew it would be really helpful for streaming purposes. And so far it has been. Because Vita emulation is pretty sketchy at the moment. Well, it's sometimes also called the Vita TV, Jake. I'm not sure what its actual official name is. It's either PS TV or Vita TV. It's one or the other. Might be that, Oro. My memory is... I mean, I just turned 35, so my memory is not what I wish it were. Certainly a little less than I could hope. Whoops. All right, hang on. My controller appears not to be... Oh, that's what the problem is. Don't tell me I need to dig out another controller. It looks as though this one is not charging properly for whatever reason. Okay, there we go. I don't know what the deal is, but... Yeah, Jake, it's basically a version of the Vita that has an HDMI output port. Because apparently the original Vita was deliberately not designed with one because Sony knew that if they designed it without one, they could sell a separate version of it to Vita owners and make more money, which is typical Sony. I guess we'll just hold the line here and lure them to us. Oh, okay. Or he could just... Okay, yeah, it looks like I am blocking with the axe. That's helpful. Should have brought an archer for dealing with these imps. Actually, what the hell am I even doing? I probably could... Yeah, I can do some actual well... do some actual damage to these punks if they don't block it. There we go. There. It ain't much, but it's honest damage. There we go. Oh, dragons are so tanky. Oh, and this is just doing 1 damage even to the fairies. Great. That's decent damage for a pebble, I guess. No, Jake, it cannot. It doesn't actually have the UMD drive, so any game you get on it has to be either digital, or you can copy your physical game onto your PC, and then transfer it from your PC onto an SD card, and load it onto your Vita TV through the SD card. Alright, who is what here? Rogue. Rogue. So the most annoying of those bastards is going to be the caster. Well... Actually... we should cure this. It's a little bit better than the Ouya, Jake. In that it actually plays games that people care about, but... Actually... Oh, wait, damn it, I didn't want to kill him. Yeah, Jake, it's really weird. The Vita TV is really, I feel like, only useful for people who stream. I don't really see any other use case for it over a regular Vita. I don't see it being really useful for anyone except people like me who want to play games on Twitch, you know, for a live audience. If you just want to play Vita games yourself, you're better off with just a regular Vita. They're easier to find, and they're considerably more convenient. Ah, that's a fair point, Sam. Actually, I bet I could use these dragons to take out those stupid imps. I mean, yeah, Stygian, it is, but most Vita games and PSP games don't really look so good on a big screen unless you're up-resing them. And with PSP games, there's a better way to do that. There's PPSSPP. Although I guess if you don't own a PC, But I mean, who doesn't own a PC in 2020? I hate to do this, but I'm going to have to heal this freaking dragon in order to be able to recruit him without killing him. They are, nobleman. PPS SPP is just better for that. There we are. Oh, this is tedious. Wait, who did he just hit? There we are. I would much rather deal with these rogues than that blasted mage. Oh, you know what? Persona 4 Golden, nobleman. Which, unfortunately, to this day, is still exclusive. Kinda stupid. Alright, we'll get rid of her. And then we'll get rid of that gremlin mage. There we go. Yeah, Fish of War, a lot of people probably only got it for P4G. I got it mainly for P4G when I first picked mine up, but it was also an investment because the Vita was already dying then, and they had already announced an end date for manufacture and sales of the Vita when I got my PS TV. So I already knew that there was going to come a time fairly soon when I wouldn't be able to get one anymore. And, you know, the writing on the wall was pretty obvious. So I thought, you know, better now than when it costs $1,000 due to demand and no supply. Oh yeah, Oro, I keep forgetting that Soul Sacrifice exists. Marcus seemed to enjoy Soul Sacrifice, at least for a while. Are Persona 1 and 2 worth going back for? Probably The Art of War. You don't need to have played the new ones in order to understand the old ones. But bear in mind, Persona 1 and 2 are much closer to the mainline SMT games in terms of their game design, so they lack a lot of the modern quality of life, especially if you're used to Persona 5. So just bear that in mind. You might enjoy the story, but just be prepared for some wonky game systems and some that show their age. There we go. This will make it easy. Now I won't have to skip as many turns. Go. Excellent. And we only got junk, of course, but it's the dragons we're here for, not the loot, really. Okay. Now we leave and come back. Well, Oro, that depends on your position. One of the reasons I've avoided streaming, say, Fortnite or League of Legends, in fact, the main reason in both of those cases, is the fan base. Never mind that I also have zero interest in either of those games, but even if that weren't the case, just the kinds of people who would show up to the stream would be enough to put me off streaming it. Hazard, if that's the case, you should hang around here. Or, alternatively, hang out with Pat or Wooly when they stream Persona. I mean, Wooly hasn't really been streaming it lately, but Pat certainly has. Yeah, Oro, I'm just saying situationally because I stream. I know for me, it's not quite the same sort of situation, but... Sephirios, is your dog trying to type on your keyboard? Really wish I could just save the party layouts in preset loadout slots. Well, fan bases for Japanese games tend to be, Curse Nobleman. Western games maybe not quite so much. Yeah, Mental, but what's it supposed to be for D&D? It's a tabletop game. What is D&D without art, you know? Just a bunch of numbers written on a page. Well, Curse Nobleman, there are a lot of differences. That's a complicated question with a complicated answer. But the simplest way I can answer it is that the fan bases in each country use the styles of media, broadly speaking, that are endemic to each of those regions, you know? Like in Japan and throughout Asia, even, in China and Korea as well. A lot of the fan bases there do, like, anime or manga style. Oops. Stuff. Whereas in the West, the art that fan bases use to express themselves tends to be, not exclusively, but it tends to be more heavily biased toward Western-style art. Although there's some crossover, there has been for a long time. There are a lot of people in the West who enjoy drawing the anime or manga styles. You probably had somebody in your high school class who was always drawing waifus or something. I know my high school class had a few of those kids. And there are a handful of people in the Eastern fan base who draw or animate in styles other than just Asian ones. Yeah, Sam, you seem mainly like you're emulating Toriyama's art style. Hey, Sokar. Oh, that's a pain, Sam, in Final Fantasy Adventure to have that happen. I've played a couple of JRPGs where, in order to talk to an NPC, you had to physically walk into them, like bump into them. It's definitely pretty problematic. And inconvenient. very good. There we go. Oh, okay, Sam. I didn't realize you were into the Evangelion stuff. Because pretty much all the drawings that you've ever shared on Discord are, they're Toriyama-esque. Good on you, though, for incorporating multiple styles. Oro, you know, there is Tabletop Simulator, which is essentially an online tabletop system where you can play D&D with your friends. We've got an entire segment of the Discord dedicated to voice chat rooms, Oro. You could always use that. Oh, there are other programs too, Andislack. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. So yeah, Oro, there are ways to play D&D online, even if there's no one in your local area. And it sounds like people in chat are more on top of that than I am, so you could try asking anyone here who's made suggestions, Oro. And I'm sure someone can point you in the right direction. Maybe even point you toward an online community of people who play D&D, where you can find people willing to do a campaign with you. Yeah, Carrie, it seems much more convenient to play them online. Especially now. Oh yeah, Sugar Crow, you and Devilish and some of the others from our Discord were going to do that, weren't you? Oh, there's even a phone app now? Fish of War, that's cool. Even though I'm not interested in pen and paper RPGs or tabletops, it's neat to know that there are even mobile apps for them now. Yeah, Oro, check around on the Discord. Or even just in chat here, because it sounds like there are people who'd be willing to either join you in a campaign or include you in theirs. Yeah, Oro, that's what I'd do. Online is absolutely your best bet. Especially under the present circumstances, you know? Yeah, Hazard, I'm not surprised to hear that. I haven't kept up on them, because I don't play tabletops myself, but I've heard them mentioned at different times by different people, and I know they exist. Oh, well, there you go, Sokar. That might be your opportunity to, for you and Oro to lend each other a hand there. And possibly you guys in Sugar Crow as well, depending. I love how fire attacks in this game will actually burn the grass off of a particular square of the map. It's such a cool little detail. There we go. Well, Sokar, you might want to start by just playing FF1. It's not a long game. In fact, all things considered, it's actually quite short. You can finish it inside a day. If you really, well, I shouldn't even say speedrun it, but if you keep moving along and don't spend extraneous amounts of time goofing off. I really appreciate how Dragon Slayer enables me to do just enough damage to get these dragons down to critical HP. I also appreciate that all three of the little familiar idiots in this area are rogues, meaning I don't have to deal with debuff spam. Oh, Nobleman, is this music in the original Ogre battle as well? Does the soundtrack for this game just remix a bunch of the original soundtrack? There we go. Okay, Nobleman, gotcha. I don't know why I'm surprised. I guess it stands to reason that they would be. That still only does 1 damage, huh? Alright, fine. Good riddance. Yes, Sokar, I am trying to recruit dragons. Because I need them for a quest in order to recruit a certain character. Alright, Sam, let's see. Aha! It's Demi-Fiend. Sam, it's interesting how even when you're not doing Toriyama-style drawings, even though it looks like you're emulating Kaneko here, I still see a little bit of Toriyama in the shape of the face. The eyes are definitely Kaneko, but the shape of the face and the hair are almost more Toriyama. Sam, once your style has fully developed and matured, it's going to be really interesting. I'm really curious to see how you grow as an artist. Like, if you decide in 20 years that you're not still sick of me, and you're still hanging around here, I'd be really interested to see what your art looks like 20 years from now. Well, I appreciate your discretion, Fennec, but I'm actually not that familiar with too many artists, so I probably wouldn't be able to give you any names. The only reason I can name Sam's influences is because they're pretty obvious, and we've talked about them before. And in the case of the character that he just posted the picture of, just seeing the character, you immediately know who the artist is, if you played any SMT game ever. Yeah, nobleman, but you still have to be able to read music in order to fully express and interpret the form of art that music is. I mean, I play a couple of instruments, but I can't read music. And simply by virtue of the fact that I can't read music, my ability to express or interpret music that is written, or to understand complex musical pieces, suffers. You know, it's limited. Alright, now she's trapped. That I have no experience with, nobleman. Alright. Dragons are off the field, so now... Oh, jeez! Yeah, well... Got him. God, that's stupid. That, nobleman, is a fair point, the point about emulation. Although, even with cooking and music, you strive for emulation sometimes. But if you're trying to create something new, then the most you can do is incorporate elements of something someone's already done. Like, there are times when I don't want to make an existing recipe. I want to try out my own idea for dinner, you know? I don't necessarily want to go buy a recipe book, but in order to make something edible, I have to incorporate skills and elements that I learned from other dishes I cooked that might have come from recipe books or, you know, that just come from common skills or traditions. It really depends on the situation. Yeah, Murasame, because if I don't knock the dragons out before recruiting them, they will gain experience after the battle. And since the dragons I'm recruiting right now are going to be auctioned, it's basically wasting the level up stat bonuses if I let them gain experience. Because these 3 dragons I plan on using. I'm going to hang on to them and use them in my main party. And if these other dragons that I've recruited, if they level up as a dragon class that these guys are not using right now, then it's preventing these 3 dragons from getting the level up bonuses that these other ones would be getting if they gained experience after the battle. Because levels are shared across classes in this game, so you don't level up individual characters, you level up the class. If you level up Thief on one person, you've leveled up Thief for your entire team forever. So, gaining levels on characters you aren't going to keep or use is a waste of a finite number of level up bonuses. So, knocking the dragons out before I recruit them ensures that I can save those level up bonuses for the dragons I actually plan to use. You can, warrior. Nobleman's point was just that when you're cooking, if you're making a specific recipe, like if you're going to make braised short ribs 7 days a week, you're going to want your braised short ribs to be consistent. You're not going to want them undercooked one day and overcooked another day. You're going to want a good, consistent result. And that was his point about replication. My point is, I don't want short ribs 7 days a week. I might not even want to use a recipe from the book 7 days a week. So instead, I'm going to use techniques or skills that the book assumes I know, but I'm going to apply them in creative ways and maybe come up with something new or different that the book doesn't have a recipe for, right? It's that sort of thing. Murasame, if this makes it any more clear, the reason it is optimal to set 12 characters to one class and level those characters up together is because 12 is the maximum number of characters you can bring into a battle at one time, and only a few maps allow you to even bring that many people in. But if you level up a class with any fewer than 12 people as that class, you're missing out on people getting the stat bonuses from leveling up. So once you change your 12 people to all the same class, and you level that class up, you are guaranteeing that the absolute number of people are getting the absolute maximum stat bonuses, permanent stat bonuses. And if you want to maximize that, you should be leveling them up on a level 1 class. So basically the optimal way to level people up in this game is everybody the same class, only that class, 12 people at a time, starting with the level 1 class, and level it up to 50. and then you get the maximum number of boosts. Hello, Paragon Lost. Welcome. Exactly, Warrior. You need the foundations in order to be able to do anything creative and get any kind of good results. Unless you just have a natural knack for it and an understanding of what to do. But there are fairly few people who do without at least some kind of informal instruction or experience. Well, Yummy, I do plan on sleeping, just not yet. Yummy, not every job requires you to be creative. I mean, I guess you could even argue that being a Twitch broadcaster doesn't necessarily require you to be creative. You could just be one of those scream lords who does what everybody else is doing. Honestly, Murasame, grinding in this game is really not that bad because you can set your party to AI control. And as long as whatever party you're using to grind is at least strong enough not to get killed, if you set them all to AI control, you can basically just keep half an eye on the game, keep entering battles with your 12 people set to AI, and watch a movie or something, or some YouTube videos or a Twitch broadcast while your team is automatically leveling themselves up. Well, Nobleman, if you're looking at creativity in a purely black and white sense, if you're looking at it as the only thing defined as creativity is something completely original with no outside influence whatsoever, then yes, that's a very narrow, limited idea of creativity. Even the great artists of history, Nobleman, were not completely original in their ideas. They were often ahead of their time. They were often countercultural. They were often intellectual forward thinkers in ages when thinking for oneself was actively discouraged or even punished. But their ideas were not by any means without outside influence. I don't know, Cursed Nobleman. You can put 10 people in a room, give them the same recipe, give them the same ingredients, and tell them to make the same dish, and you will get 10 distinctly different versions of that dish. Every single time, without fail. They might not be that different from each other, but they will be different. Yeah, exactly, Yami. Exactly. Well, Nobleman, I guess that also depends on what kind of self-expression, right? Cooking and music, I would argue, are also good forms of self-expression. Writing and art, I think what maybe you're trying to say is writing and art are more personal. Because you can look at somebody's handwriting, and you can immediately tell whose handwriting it is if you're familiar with that person's writing. But if I were to look at sheet music, I would not be able to tell who had written it. Because musical notation is a constant, you know? And I mean, that might be me. Maybe it's possible that due to the individual quirks of the composer, maybe a composer uses certain musical devices in particular ways that makes their compositions identifiable. But I think maybe what you're trying to say, Nobleman, is writing has more of a personal element to it. But even that, I think, is arguable. Like, for me, when I cook something, I don't necessarily cook for the sake of expressing myself. Like, I don't bake cakes with German flags and fedoras on them, right? But when I make a recipe, even if it's a common recipe, I like to add my own improvements or variations to it. Like, the standard recipe for braised chuck steak for a pot roast, anyone will tell you it's a mirepoix and beef stock and red wine and a little bit of tomato paste. And, you know, you prepare it a certain way, you braise it for a certain number of hours at a certain temperature, right? Well, for me, even though it's not primarily meant as a way of self-expression, I kind of inevitably end up expressing myself when I prepare that dish, because I have certain things that I like to do differently, that I like to add to it. I, for example, like to take that chuck steak before braising it, and I like to smoke it on the grill over hickory smoke, and I like to sear it on the grill rather than in the Dutch oven, because you get a really nice, wonderful smoky flavor, and you get that beautiful grilled char by doing that, which you don't get on the stovetop or in the oven. You know, so like little personal touches like that are forms of self-expression when you cook, you know? But I think maybe, Nobleman, I could understand part of your point being that using cooking as a way to express oneself is nowhere near as common as using writing. Like, you don't read essays written by people in pictures of food, you know? Oh, hi, Breakfast. I should have guessed you would show up with a comment like that. Sokar, if you do, you need to promise me that you'll post pictures on the Discord. Because if that's real, I need to see it. You know, Jake, if I had to read a book written entirely in pictures of food, like if instead of letters, it was just hieroglyphics of hamburgers and, you know, sauerkraut and cabbages and steaks, I probably would finish that book. I think that book would hold my attention from cover to cover. Those breakfasts do exist. You might, in fact, Breakfast, be very impressed. Let me tiny URL this, because this is going to be quite a fat, juicy link if I don't. Hang on. There you go, Breakfast. I'm going to join in too. with some matcha cupcakes. Here we are. Holy hell, this one's even longer. I don't doubt that you did, Yami. You probably had them at that bakery you and I were talking about. Yeah, Yami, you really have to make them yourself if you want them to be substantial. Oh, unit number 14. I can understand why you'd think that, Jake, but he's actually a cleric. That's supposed to be a book he's carrying. He just happens to look like an Old West sort of, traveling preacher. Ah, Yami, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, you want that cupcake recipe? Yeah, Lunar, hang on, let me pull it back up for you. Let me dig up a recipe for some nice matcha cupcakes. Ha! Oh, that's hilarious. The first recipe I see is St. Patrick's Day matcha cupcakes. You know, that favorite beverage of the Irish, green tea. Hang on, let me get you that recipe, Lunar. I know, Yami, and I can actually appreciate that, because when it comes to certain things, I'm a purist as well. Alright, Lunar, so here is one. But here is another one that I think looks a little more promising. There you go. Artista, I'm pretty sure Nintendo only called it Irish tea because the game would have to have a more mature rating if they said Guinness. Yeah, Artista, I quite like matcha cupcakes because they're usually not overpoweringly sweet. And also because I love the flavor of matcha. It's like Link drinking tea? Yeah, but you'll never get a review of the tea from Link. He'll just take a sip and go, "Hey!" Oh, milk. Okay, Empress, gotcha. Whiskey on the rocks is Irish green tea. Yeah, exactly, Jin. Artista, if you have an opportunity, you should try the real thing sometime. You'll either love it or you'll hate it, but one way or the other, you won't regret trying it. Right, nobleman, exactly, yeah. Milk for adults. You have to go to the milk bar to drink this milk. What do you mean, you kids, Yami? You say that to me like I'm Gen Z. Did I not tell you I just turned 35? Empress, that's exactly what it was meant to do. Breakfast, it's funny you say that because in Boston, in the Chinatown neighborhood, years ago, well, decades ago, I should say, in days of old, but really back during the Prohibition, walking into a Chinese restaurant in Boston's Chinatown, breakfast, and ordering a pot of cold tea supposedly used to be a street code word for, or a code phrase for, you basically, you would get a teapot full of beer. Yami, I'm just here to educate and entertain. Morality is above my pay grade. Sugar Crow, are they sleeping on your arm again? Here you go. No, Sokar, I'm pretty sure it was actual alcohol. Barley tea that's gone off. Maybe that's what they told the police. Oh, is that so, Yami? You refer to the 80s as that, Breakfast? I'd hate to hear how you refer to the 40s. My God. The mythical land of VHS. Man, I'm so glad we're not stuck using VHS anymore. I'm so glad digital media exists. '80s or earlier, Breakfast? Don't lump me in with those boomers. How dare you? Great, now I sound like Yami. What have I become? Well, Hazard, a such time, yes. Certainly not the only such time. Well, no, Cursed Nobleman, I don't mind being lumped in with Gen X. Gen X is all right. Yeah, Sugar Crow, he really knows how to be a little sandbag. He certainly has mastered the art of immobilizing you, hasn't he? Hazard, are you referring to... Yeah, of course you are. No, I haven't, Yami. But frankly, on the Jewish side, a lot of us only pretend to keep kosher when we think God isn't watching. The thing is, Yami, I think that the Jewish population has figured out that if we go into a Chinese restaurant, God can't see us. So he won't know that we're cheating on the kosher diet. Wow, breakfast. I'm gonna let Yami handle the comeback to that one. Sugar Crow, what have we got here? Let's... Oh, okay. Yeah. I guess it's a little bit difficult to type when you have a cat using your arm as a pillow like this. God, look at him. He's looking awfully comfy. He uses your arm as a pillow. He uses your desk as a pillow. He uses your mouse pad as a pillow. And he even has the nerve to use your pillow as a pillow. He is an adorable furball, though. Right, Sam, exactly. When you go to Baba Louie's, Sam, bacon on your pizza is kosher, right? Yeah, pretty much, Ishida, pretty much. Sam, remember when I told that story on stream about how I convinced my parents to get a pot-bellied pig as a pet when I was younger? Were you here when I told that story? Okay, Sam. Yeah, it was the story about how we found a pot-bellied piglet in a little dog carrier at a tag sale. They wanted $20 for him, and I begged my parents to get him, and somehow, even though they were adamantly opposed to getting a dog or a cat, they took one look at the pot-bellied pig and they said, "Sure!" Well, Sokar, that's the shape of it. I forget what stream it was when I told that story. But Sam, there is a follow-up to that story where a couple of weeks later, we were in Boston visiting one of my aunts on my mother's side, on the Jewish side of my family. And we mentioned to her that we had taken in a pot-bellied pig as a pet. And she gave us this really confused look and she said, "Jews don't have pigs." And we spent the next 15 minutes in absolute stitches because her response was just so deadpan and so completely earnestly bewildered. Well, I don't think I ever told it till recently, Lunar. I just never had occasion to mention it. I think I was probably 9 or 10 when we got that pig. We got him as a piglet. He was a tiny, cute little thing. But pot-bellied pigs get big. You know, they're one of the full-size breeds. They're not like those little miniature piglets that valley girls in California carry around in their purses. They're like a big, you know, massive breed. And we got him, and we brought him home, and we kept him indoors, and we fed him dog food. And he was going through dog food at about 3 times the rate that dogs go through dog food. And within about 3 months, he was 300 pounds. And we ended up having to give him away to another family in town that were friends of ours that had some agricultural land and a barn on their property. Well, dog food and slops, Fish of War. Yeah, we fed him basically whatever leftover food we didn't want to eat. We fed him like carrot tops and celery stems and stuff. He loved that. Oh, the same thing happened with your dog, Yami. I see. Honestly, Fish of War, he was a pain in the ass. Pigs are smarter than they act. As animals go, they're not the stupidest. And that pig, he knew where we kept the food, and he knew how to push down barriers. And when he got big enough, barriers were no concern to him. He would just headbutt them, and they would fall over. So he would constantly get out of the part of the house where we were trying to keep him. We did manage to litter train him, because he was smart enough for that. So we had him trained to use a litter box. But because he got so big, we had to clean the litter box every time he used it. And he also liked to hump people's legs, which was one thing when he was a piglet, but when you have a 300-pound pot-bellied pig trying to hump your leg, that's kind of a problem. And I mean, I can't blame the poor guy. He must have gotten horribly lonely with no company but us humans. But then, when we gave him to our family friends in town, he fell in love with one of their chickens, and he ended up humping all the feathers off this poor chicken, but only off the chicken's rear end. Like, the back half of the chicken had no feathers left. And then eventually the chicken died, and the poor pig was heartbroken. And like, he actually got depressed and just started hanging out in his barn all the time and never came out and never hung out with anybody. We named him Suey, and for months after we gave him to the other family, they kept joking about when they were going to chop Suey, but they never did. He lived to a ripe old age on their agricultural property. So that's the story of how I once had a pot-bellied pig as a pet. That's really all there is to it, for those who haven't heard it. Honestly, he was kind of cute with his schnoofy little snout, and his little oinks and grunts were kind of endearing, but a pig is not an indoor pet. I found that out firsthand. Oh, Christ, Breakfast. No, Breakfast. That's some Rule 34 shit right there. Please, no. Anyway. Let's recruit some dragons. Oh, the little turd has a crossbow. I don't know, Carrie. I don't think pigs and chickens' DNA is compatible. I don't think that would have resulted in anything viable. Oh, Christ, Oro. And I thought I'd been playing too much Persona 5. Oh, breakfast, get the hell out. Oro, apparently the chicken was entirely on board with it. Apparently the chicken actually went looking for him sometimes. Like, from what the family told us, the two of them were rarely seen apart while the chicken was alive. It's always too early for this shit, Devilish. Yeah, Yami, the chicken would supposedly ride around on his back. Apparently they were BFFs. He just didn't know how to be gentle. But, I mean, apparently the chicken was fine with it. Apparently the chicken liked it rough. Okatsu too now, Sugar Crow, huh? Well, at least she's not lying on your arm. God, look at her. She is so fluffy. Yeah, friendship with benefits, I guess, Sokar. No, believe it or not, Shady Gamer, it was a pot-bellied pig that I once owned as a pet when I was, I think, 8 or 9. And I convinced my parents to buy him because he was $20 at a tag sale. And at the time, he was a piglet, so he was really small and cute. And as a dumb 8-year-old, I didn't understand that he was going to get to be 300 pounds. Hey! Rachel! Hello! Thank you guys so much for the raid. Welcome! Look who it is. My dear friend. Guys. Guys. First things first. First bloody things first. Rachel, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Thank you for coming to join us. Were you playing more RE3 tonight, Rachel? There we go.
Blessing upon thee.
Ha! Nobody beat me to it. I probably could have if I'd known, Yami. No, Rachel, you came at a great time. How are you doing? No, I was just telling chat a silly story from my very, very distant childhood. How are you doing, Rachel? It's great to see you. Welcome, everybody coming in on the raid. Thank you guys so much. Guys, listen. Go give this wonderful lady a follow. She is one of my closest friends and one of my oldest friends from the Souls community, actually, for those few of you who might not know her. And she is absolutely fantastic. She is an incredible and wonderful and absolutely beautiful person, and she's so much fun to hang out with. She's so sweet and so intelligent and so entertaining. Go give her a follow. I'm glad you're doing well, Rachel. It's so good to see you. Breakfast, you click on her username and then navigate to her channel. That's the one, Lunar Hiatus, the one and only Qualag. Somebody probably gifted you one last time we raided her, Sugar Crow. Would be my guess. She is powerful and amazing, Uber driver. And Rachel, I want to say, I saw your tweets earlier. The exercise regimen has definitely been paying off. You are looking fantastic. Super proud of you for sticking with it and really getting those gains. The Chun-Li thighs. Yeah, pretty soon, Rachel, you're gonna be doing the 1,000-leg kick on a routine basis. You'll have mastered that. You'll be able to throw fireballs with your feet. Keep training. Ugh. I'm losing my voice after 10 hours of streaming. No, Sokar, I'm not saying that at all. Don't put words in my mouth. She's always looked fantastic. But there's such a thing as upward movement, right? You know? Yeah, Sugar Crow, I've lost all track of time. But I think these should be the last 3 dragons we need. Yummy, that might be all you do. He can move back. Actually... 8 HP. Perfect. Excellent. At 49% success rate, I'm glad that went through on the first time. But yeah, Rachel, thank you so much for the raid. I'm so happy to see you. I really appreciate your stopping in. And thank you, everyone, for coming over with her. However, Rachel, I imagine it's probably fairly late over there, even in Pacific time. Are you not planning on getting some rest soon? Or did you want to hang out a while? Because I'm happy to have you if you want to hang out. I just worry about, you know, I worry about your health and your well-being and all that, because, you know, I care. Oh, excellent! That's a good compromise then, Rachel. Perfect. Watching a stream in bed. I need to readjust the angle of my TV so I can do that. That'd be great to be able to do. Then again, maybe I shouldn't. Because if I'm tempted to do that, then I'll never get any exercise. And I actually need some exercise, too. Yeah, Sugar Crow, but streaming is part and parcel with my job now, so... I mean, I at least kind of have an excuse. I do, Hazard. I care about my friends. And Rachel is a very dear and important friend. Oh, thanks, Monotone! Call me out, why don't you? I can care about people and still be a hypocrite, okay? Yummy, the fact that my sleep schedule is in the garbage is all the more reason for me to care about other people not ending up like me. Not sharing the same fate. Thank you, Mr. Volk. We try. Although, unfortunately, we end up being more entertaining when we're not trying than we do when we are. And I'm not totally sure how I should feel about that. I might be able to tame him now. This might be enough. Yep, okay, perfect. Breakfast, as much as you're a wise ass, and as much as you love spamming puns in chat, believe it or not, I do care about you. Hippochristmas? I like that, Dodgy Dingo. I'm gonna write that down. Yeah, Ishida, but you're not gonna blame me for your sleep schedule being messed up. I'm just here to help entertain the people whose sleep schedules are already screwed. Like me. Oh. What do you mean I'm an enabler, Jake? Enabling people to care, or enabling people to ruin their sleep schedules? Because... Oh, wait a minute. I could get him. Yup. Gotcha. Oh, enabling puns? Oh, ruin their sleep schedule. They would have ruined their sleep schedules with or without me, Jake. I just happen to be somebody who is in the same boat. Hang on a minute. I do believe I forgot. Oh, wow. Probably should. Underhill. Chicken, garlic, tomatoes, and herbs. What I recommend, Underhill, is you get a little bit of fresh mozzarella and some basil. Dodgy Dingo, no, I don't think I'm going to sign up for it. Underhill, hang on. Let me give you a, let me give you a couple of recipes here. Because there is a particular recipe that I think you'll really appreciate, called Hasselback chicken. Here, you're gonna like this. It's chicken breasts that are stuffed with tomatoes, basil, and mozzarella. Check this out, Underhill. You're gonna really like this. Here. There's that. And there is also chicken caprese, which you can do either in a pan or in the oven. So let me give you a recipe for that. There you go, Underhill. That ought to give you some idea of what to do with those. God, Monotone, I don't think I could stand to play Raid Shadow Legends. Oh, Sokar, blame me. Go ahead. No worries, Underhill. I hope it helps. And Underhill, while we're at it, Underhill, let me serve you up something else here. Let me serve you a dish I think you're going to enjoy.
Lord Wind's blessing upon thee.
There we go. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge, Underhill. Underhill, if you do try either of those recipes, please take some pictures. Let me know how they turned out. Breakfast, are we really going to do this? Thanks, Devilish. I guess, Devilish, you're de facto in charge of that now, huh? Alright, we need to petrify that jerk. He doesn't keep spamming debuffs. Okay. Damn it! Actually, though, that Mend Leaf will be perfect for this. Because of me, Sokar? How? In what way? Breakfast, I'm still working on it. I still haven't found a solution yet. Rest assured, as soon as I do, you will be the first one I tested on. I mean, the first one to know. Oh, raids! Okay, Sokar. Well, I'm really glad. I'm really glad to have been able to introduce you to good people. I am a quality over quantity person when it comes to my friends, so... Oh, come on. All right. No, Ishida, I can't. Channel points don't allow you to integrate that kind of stuff. There are no channel point integrations for bot commands, which is one of the many gripes I have about channel points, is that they're extremely limited in what you can do with them. They're, frankly, really not good for all that much. Yeah, it's really unfortunate, Ishida. If channel points offered integration with any of the common chat bots, I absolutely could do something where people could spend channel points to use the Dante command and actually time breakfast out for 10 seconds or something, but because Twitch is unaffiliated with any of the developers of those bots, there are no such integrations. God damn it. Okay, hopefully this time we won't crit. Good. There we go. Oh, come on. Yeah, exactly, Sugar Crow. It won't do it automatically. That's the thing. You can't actually integrate chatbots to respond to channel point redemptions, as far as I know. And I've researched it a fair bit, and nothing I have found so far indicates that it's possible. All right. There we go. That's better. What? Okay, fine. You can, Dandy Wizard? That's ridiculous. Ugh. Well, whatever. We've got that stupid little turd trapped now, so... Ugh. How these enemies continually block attacks from behind. There we go. Alright. I guess I have to use Dragon Slayer. Breakfast, don't you think people have tried? Twitch is not going to integrate those things. As much as I wish it were different. Yeah, it does, doesn't it, Sugar Crow? Being awake when the sun comes up, huh? It's a feeling I've gotten altogether quite accustomed to over the course of my life, not just recently either. I think it's some kind of pastry devilish. I'm not totally sure. Huh, the big light bulb, Ishida. Of course, that would be how an electrician describes the sun. Of course it would. The island in your above ocean monotone. Man, it sure is interesting how people in different professions describe things. An electrician and a marine biologist. That's almost like the opening line for some kind of cheesy joke. Monotone. An electrician, a marine biologist, and a Twitch broadcaster walk into a bar. Or, you know, a Twitch chat. I guess the punchline would be me. All right. Let me check to see where Deneb is going to be. Oh, in 2 more days. Actually, in 1 more. Perfect. Oh, Shady Gamer, are you also studying a, discipline of biology? Oh, Christ, Omicron, get out. What have I done? Jake, now you have the right to tell me I'm encouraging these guys. Yeah, Monotone, because all those ancient cultures were totally correct. They were absolutely right. The sky is just a gigantic ocean of water. Oh, okay, Shady Gamer. I was gonna say, because if it turned out that we had a third biology major in here, that would... then we would have exactly enough people for that joke. Three biologists log into a Twitch chat. Oh, do you, the doctor? Well, there you go. Then we've got our three. What branch of biology do you have your degree in? Jake, you see what I have to live with? You see this crap? You see what is happening in chat right now? Fine, Devilish, you can have that one. Natural sciences, but focused on med school. Okay, gotcha. Well, my tea has long since gone cold, but... room temperature tea is better than no tea at all. Alright, now my problem is, I need to figure out how many dragons of which element I have to give to... Deneb. Alright, we've got 3 cloud dragons, 3 thunder dragons, 3 ice dragons. No, 2 ice dragons. Oh, monotone. Alright, so if we class change... I think we've got all of the light and dark dragons we need, or we... I think at the very most we only need 1 more of each. So we'll change one of the thunder dragons to light. And we'll change one of the cloud dragons to I want to say Flood? And I think we can change one of the Thunder Dragons also to Flood. Okay, and actually, I don't think we're gonna be able to keep this Hydra. I think I'll just have to go get a different one. So we'll auction him, I guess. And now we have to buy all the orbs, but I definitely want everything else as well. Okay, it looks like there are still a few I'm missing. Oh, nope! We got him. Denim, dear, I find myself in a spot of trouble. I was hoping you might... No, but I wouldn't want to inconvenience you. You started this. Finish what you meant to say. No, 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 I'm not in the habit of imposing on others. The one who spilt the brew should mop it up. Forget I said anything. Off with you now. Ta-ta. No, let's have it. No, let's hear it. Perhaps I can help. I wouldn't ask that much. It's a nuisance, really. Tell me what it is, and I'll be the judge of that. I shouldn't want to be obliged to you, dear. A young lady should never let herself feel obliged. She's right about one thing. This is a nuisance. Cute but slow, this one. A girl likes a man with a strong, firm hand. You know what? A man likes a girl who sends clear signals. You should speak to yourself more quietly. Oh, my lips betray me. What is with this menacing music? I'm kind of worried about what she's going to ask me to do. Say what you have to say. I haven't upset him, have I? My dear little goose. I heard that as well. Spit it out, would you? Yes, well, I am a witch, as you know. Witch, it's all the same. The pointy hat rather gave it away. And as a witch, I find myself dabbling in a great deal of magic, always concocting something new. Trouble, most like. But if it weren't for this meager shop, I'd scarce have enough money to eat. The shop thrives. Perhaps she's a spendthrift. There is that, yes. I needed someone to help me around the shop. And you thought to ask me? You have the war to deal with. I wouldn't think of troubling you with something so trivial. That's why I decided to make a servant. Make a servant? Something I could manipulate with magic, a mindless golem. Clay golems are positively medieval, so I used a pumpkin instead. Of course you did. She seems to have some sort of obsession with pumpkins. Considering I had to bring her 30 of them. You made a golem out of a pumpkin. Well, where is it? I don't see any pumpkin golem. So quick to find fault. You may think I failed, but I never fail. The animation went perfectly, but it was, after all, a pumpkin. And apparently pumpkins make for poor servants. So it was a failure. What was that? I didn't say anything. You sure? I wouldn't want to make me angry if I were you. Back to the pumpkin. They said I wasn't paying them enough, and they quit. Yeah? Somehow I guess that sounds in keeping with a pumpkin's personality. Weren't paying them enough? But they're golems. I pride myself on attention to detail. I needed proper servants, so I made them as lifelike as possible. I gave them You wanted a mindless servant, but then you decided to give it a will of its own. Make up your mind! In other words, a failure. I didn't catch that. So, where are these pumpkin golems now? They tried to rob me, but I am an accomplished spellcaster. I taught them a lesson they wouldn't forget, and they fled screaming from my shop. Exactly how many are we talking about? I lost count. I have been known to get a little carried away. Wait, so you created an army of golems that only care about money? Have you just formed the Halloween Town version of the Teamsters? What the hell are you thinking? Where are they? That's just the trouble. They were quite intent on being paid, you see. They're ransacking the village for coin. This is starting to sound like more than a nuisance. You see, I can't help but feel partly responsible. Partly? So why haven't you done anything about it? They're in a frenzy. I can't handle them alone. Why do I get the feeling she's enjoying this? Never! But I do need your help, dear. Stay out of my thoughts if you don't mind. So wait, all this was to ask me to help you exterminate some pumpkins. Yes, I suppose it was. I'd be ever so grateful. Are you going to tell me where they are? Their leader called herself Pumpkin, a thick-rinded, particularly insolent creature. She said she wanted to become human. Why would she want to do that? Oh, I said something to the effect that only humans were paid for their labor. Pumpkin must have taken that to heart, or to seeds, whatever. Somebody had fun writing this dialogue. And somebody else had fun localizing it. I'm starting to feel sorry for the pumpkins. Come again? I said I feel sorry for the pumpkins. No sympathy for poor Deneb. I feel a tear running down my cheek. This is getting old. When Pumpkin asked me how she could become human, I told her some relic of the Dragon Lords might make it possible. I don't believe this. Come again? Then they're headed for the Palace of the Dead. Precisely. I'll accompany you, of course. I wouldn't think of asking you to... Wait a minute! If they're headed for the Palace of the Dead, then this problem will solve itself. The minute they walk in there, they're gonna get eaten by a bunch of zombies. Why are we even bothering with this? I will have to close the shop, but it should be worth it for our romantic getaway. As if pumpkin golems weren't enough. Okay. This was almost worth... This was almost worth all the extra work I had to do. Although I note with some dismay that as a guest character, her class is Witch and not the alternative form of Witch. Even though I did sell her the 30 pumpkins, I hope this is just a fluke. Oh, she does, Devilish. Okay. Yeah, Fish of War, I do. But if I were to use the backup save, I'd have to catch those dragons all over again, which I don't particularly want to go through, but it sounds like it should be fine. However, what we are going to do, because I don't want her extra class leveling up, is we are just going to change her to an archer. How could you possibly want to change anything about... Oh, alright, fine. So I think now we need to go to... Oh yeah, it looks like there's a new battle available in Vask. No problem. Good night, Monotone. Thank you for joining us. Rest well. Yeah, Devilish, but she's not a level 50 witch. She's a level 5 witch. Oh, wait a minute. She is, in fact, level 50. Interesting. Well, I definitely didn't level that class up. Yeah, I see what's going on here. Devilish, I see it. Alright, well... we are going to need to do a little bit of equip swapping here, unfortunately. Alright. Crossbows. 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 And actually, while we're at it... Oh, damn it, she doesn't have, She does not have the ability to... She has Golemy. Remove Gordian Lock? What? Oh, okay. Yeah, we haven't had her learn Control Golem. Damn it. Alright, fine. Well, that means I won't be able to recruit any of the golems in this battle, but I guess it's probably just as well. Okay. And I want, for Draconology, I want Augment Light. Not Augment Air. Or Earth. Okay. Okay, and... for equipment... Whoops. I want the Brigandine, and for these guys, I think I want the... Oh no, I need the Bronze Helm for defense. The user interface in this game definitely needed some polishing. There. Okay. Okay, the archers all have optimal equipment. This is why it would be really nice to have savable loadouts in this game. All right. Okay, I think we're good to go. Take it easy, Dodgy Dingo. Have a good one. Thank you for joining us. Rest well. Oh, God, it really is Halloween Town. Boys and girls of every age, wouldn't you like to see something strange? I'm not doing this. They're everywhere! Don't look so grim. Take down Pumpkin and the rest should go quietly. Which one's Pumpkin? They all look the same. Pumpkin? Pumpkin, you can come out now. Mummy's not upset with you anymore. Nothing. That's strange. I wonder where she's gone. They seem docile enough now. Maybe we can simply ask them to come back. It's worth a try. Pumpkin! Pumpkin! Mommy brought you your allowance! Still not biting. Pumpkin doesn't want allowance. Pumpkin wants real monies. She's here. I told you, Pumpkin. Only people get paid to work. That's my position and I'm sticking to it. Is nothing if not stubborn. Uh-oh. But Pumpkin is a people! How is this possible? This isn't funny, Pumpkin. You mean to challenge me? You're in for a rude awakening. I don't know what sort of glamour this is, but you get rid of it this instant. Pumpkin could do that, but Pumpkin thinks you'll be sorry. I've been patient, but enough is enough. We'll see how insolent you are when you're baking in a pie! Come, Denim, let's show her who she's up against. How did I get myself into this? Oh, God, here we go. Oh, alright, I guess we're just gonna slaughter them all. I forgot I had Denim on AI. You know what, though? Screw it. Pumpkin pie for everyone. You get a pumpkin pie, and you get a pumpkin pie, and Sokar gets a pumpkin pie, and Breakfast gets a pumpkin pie, and Devilish gets a pumpkin pie. Oh. For some reason, she's from the Zenobia clan. Don't you dare make the mistake of calling me a witch. Huh. Umbra, huh? Alright. There we go. I almost feel bad for these pumpkin idiots. Almost. Okay, I see what's going on. Take a look at the pumpkin names? Okay, Devilish. Thank you for the heads up. Pumpkin Ores, Pumpkin Rick, Pumpkin Zipan, Pumpkin Ka, Pumpkin Stopheles, Pumpkin Mila, Pumpkin Million, Pumpkin Munt, Pumpkinovich. I guess he's from Russia. Pumpkin Meyer. Alright. Yeah, maybe it's meant to be a Rick and Morty reference, nobleman. That'd be the best if instead of turning himself into a pickle, he turned himself into a pumpkin golem. It'd be the funniest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, Pumpkinovich and Pumpkin Stopheles are the best out of this lot, nobleman. Pumpkin Stopheles wins. What the hell? Okay. They actually have moves. Oh, alright. Never trust the freaking AI to do anything properly. Oh. Well, fortunately, they don't hit very hard. They also seem to make the female scream sound effect when they die. Interesting. Oh, well, this battle's gonna be over soon. Yep, we win. Well, we get garbage from that battle. Oh, yeah, see, damn it, I knew this was going to happen. The generic Warlock class did gain experience because of that. Because we had Deneb. Damn it. Well, it looks like it was only 2 levels. So I guess it's not terrible. Aw, just when Pumpkin was finally a people. Pumpkin only wanted to be treated like everybody else. Why not give her a second chance, Deneb? The village isn't too badly damaged, really. It was an abandoned village to begin with. Nobody even lives here anymore. Spare the rods, spoil the pumpkin, Deneb. You said yourself that you needed someone to help out. You leave Pumpkin to tend the shop, you could even come with us. Why is Deneb offering her to come with us? He clearly can't stand her. That sounds like a proposal. What do you say, Pumpkin? How rude. Pumpkin will get paid? And the others too? The others, I'm pretty sure, are already pie material by now. I am the shop's proprietress, so I'll need a fair split of the profits. Say 70%. Splitting hairs, more like. True, a proprietress deserves her share. Still, 20%. Not shy, is she? 50%. 30. 40, and that's my final offer. 35. What have I started? Have to have the last word, eh? Fine, 35, but you'll pay the others out of your end. Deal! And don't go forgetting who your master is. Oh, we do get her with the witch class, the witcher or wicca or however it is. Okay. Fine. She'd better be worth it for all that trouble. We spent literally the entire 10.5, 11-hour stream on this quest. Oh, you like that, nobleman? That was a suggestion from chat. Well, that was a fun quest. The actual quest part of it. All the freaking grinding I could take or leave, but... Actually, guys, this is probably a very opportune time for me to find somebody to raid. Because we are already, God, 11 hours. Guys, I tell you what. We're going to raid somebody that I don't often have an opportunity to raid. Ryuji, you read my mind. You literally took the words out of my mouth. We're gonna go raid my good buddy Marcus, also known as Epic Name Bro. He is playing some Trials of Mana. And guys, there are very few people that I would feel confident sending you to play a game like Trials of Mana. Marcus is at the top of that list. Let's go say hi to Marcus. Let's go show him some love. I will catch all of you hopefully tomorrow. Thank you all so much for joining me, and I look forward to seeing you guys then. Take care and good night, everybody. Catch you all tomorrow.